Welcome to Mesa, Arizona, day number 2, kicking off the first stop on the MLP of the MLP season. It is basically 90% of the day about the Premier League today. So it's all Premier League first couple rounds, but we do have quarterfinals and semifinals from the Challenger League 2 coming up this afternoon. But right here on Grandstand Court, Dominic Catalano alongside me, Chad Edwards. As always, Chad, we got Group A on court here with us today. It's the California Black Bears taking on the St. Louis Shock. Chad, let's break this down. First, for the Black Bears, who have a sub coming in from the Challenger League in Megan Fudge playing with Andrea Koop.
Yeah, so Maggie Brascia out with an injury. As part of the MLP rules, you can choose a sub from the Challenger League. Unfortunately for Dallas Pickleball Club and Megan Fudge, they are out, so that gave the Black Bears the opportunity to pick up Megan Fudge.
And so talk about that a little bit. How are they able to pick up Fudge? And it's because the fact that Fudge's team is eliminated. So that's who they get to choose from, the eliminated teams. And then on the flip side, Chad, you have Allyce Jones, Simone Jardim playing for the St. Louis Shock. How does this matchup look for them?
Yeah, I think with Jones and Jardim, you've got two very, very capable defensive players. So that plays to their strength, that they're going to get a lot of balls back and then look for their opportunities to pull the trigger. Koop, rock solid for the Black Bears. Fudge, she's made some improvements, and we've seen the last few tournaments. So it'll be interesting here as far as the strategy for both teams on how they're going to go. I would expect the Black Bears to be the more aggressive team.
Just a relentless assault from Jardim and Jones, going right at Megan Fudge, and she is up to the task early.
Yeah, good setup there from Jardim, going into the body of Fudge. Jones stepping over, splitting the middle with that two-hand backhand.
Wow, Megan Fudge, she's going to see a lot of balls today, Chad. Do you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's early on, we're seeing that game plan from the Shock going at the body of Fudge. Good forehand roll to the feet of Fudge by Jardim. Oh, look at Allyce Jones. So the defensive players in Jardim and Jones are coming out and being the aggressors right now. Ball just wide.
Three.
Nice angle there from Jardim, right?
And that, I mean, potentially that was going wide, but as we saw yesterday, some of the balls getting pushed down here. The wind's probably going to pick up a little bit here soon now that the sun's out.
Nice angle again from Jardim. That is deja vu, Chad.
Yeah, Jones with the big overhead, former volleyball player. And then Jardim creating that angle out wide to Koop.
What is going on? Allyce Jones and Simone Jardim tried to kill each other in the middle of that point. They're fighting over balls in the middle. They're in the same team.
Multiple collisions there between Jones and Jardim. They're definitely wanting the ball right now.
What a baseline lob from Jardim. Oh my goodness. This is intense.
This is Major League Pickleball Premier League, people.
They are warming up quickly here on the Grandstand court. Oh, got a little handcuffed right there.
Yeah, good block from Fudge. Relentless going into the body of Fudge there. Jardim getting a little twisted up.
4-7.
Jardim getting a little too big with that backswing, catching the net cord and going out wide, but still applying that pressure to Fudge and Koop. Excellent job by them getting those balls back.
5-7.
Oh, nice dig from Jardim. But a good setup there from Fudge. Koop just catching that one a little late.
8-5.
Good spot there from Andrew Koop, right at the left foot of Jones. They get the side out here and are back within 2.
6-8.
Ball drops in. Again, Simone Jardim gets tangled up again on this little attack from Fudge. Right at her body. And the Black Bears now within 1.
Yeah, better spot there from Jardim. She'd gone into the body a couple of times with the speed up. Fudge able to get them back, this time going right shoulder as Fudge was sitting on that backhand side.
9-7.
Fudge is on that right there. She had anticipated that speed up nicely, but it was just too late, too big of a swing.
10-7.
A little more patience needed from Jardim right there. The ball didn't sit up as high as she had expected. Good counter attack from Allyce Jones, sitting on that forehand speed up from Koop.
And they will switch ends here with St. Louis up 11-8 here. A lot of fire, a lot of action here early in this first game, Chad. how are you liking the matchup with California with Fudge and Koop? Now, just a little side note, they were teammates in MLP last season at one point, and so they're familiar with each other, but a trade happened which separated the two of them, but now they find themselves back together again.
Yeah, they were teammates on the Chimeras last year for the 2022 MLP season, so they have some familiarity with each other. But right now, the aggression from Jones and Jardim, they're playing high intensity. I think that's where they need to stay. They can't get allowed, even though they're fantastic defensive players, I think they need to be the aggressors in this situation. Jones sitting on the counter attack again, just sliding to the right, already set in that two-hand backhand position.
She is fired up. Allyce Jones is. A little long from Fudge on the return. Free point.
13-8.
Good fourth ball from Koop there on a good drop from Jardim.
That's such a good finish there from Andrea Koop, but set up nicely by Fudge, keeping him in that point.
Yeah,
Chad.
Fudge chose the right ball to counter attack. And then Koop stepping in to close it.
Oh, that ball bounced twice on the top of the tape, does not go over. And Fudge and Koop again back within two, but they can't get it below two here. They keep getting to this spot. See if they can get within one now. Not gonna happen there.
Yeah, a little slower pace return from Jardim. Didn't give Fudge any power to try and get that drop up and over the net. Good body shot again there from Jardim, but the setup from Jones.
Allyce Jones gonna throw that shoulder out from her like fist pumps after points right now. She is so fired up right now.
15-11.
We know how important the women's doubles point is. That's a nice ball there from Andrea Koop with the overhead. But I am liking the fire from Jones here early on.
12-15.
Just a good 1-2 combo from Jardim right at Megan Fudge.
16-12.
Allyce Jones getting fired up. Perfect spot there on that third shot drive. Kind of sliding that across the body of Koop.
So Chad, we got a timeout here from California, and they are down by 5. 5's a big deficit, but Chad, we talked about this before we came on air. You and I were talking about when the first team gets to 20, they freeze. The other team able to kind of catch up, and you and I have been doing MLP since pretty much its inception, and we know kind of and have seen teams come back. We had a team last year come back in Columbus from 20 to 10 down and come back and win 22 to 20. And so it's not inconceivable here.
No, and that's part of, you know, that rally scoring format that we have here with MLP. Teams freeze at 20 and 18, but in that situation where it was 20 to 10, as that team starts getting that momentum and keep rolling, it becomes very difficult when you've only got one serve on that regular, that side out scoring, to find the rhythm.
Time in. 17-12.
So 17-12 as we come back in from timeout.
Yeah, good balls there from Koop. Putting the pressure on Jardim, a little off balance as she's trying to work her way up to the kitchen line.
13, 17.
Such good work from Fudge to get out of that tough ball for Koop to speed up there.
And that's the ball Koop wants, but again, it did not come up as high as she was anticipating. Kind of stayed down, flattened out her swing.
And just a miss hit there from Fudge, and St. Louis expands their lead to 6. Points do matter, so point differential, a big key here in your standings.
Allyce Jones stepping in and starting that firefight.
Jardim better be careful here, because Jones coming in hot with the high 5, and it is a game point here for St. Louis.
Yeah, good ball from Koop. Jones's drive sitting up a little too high. Fudge able to get that down, and then setting up Koop for the angle behind Jardim.
14, 20.
Well, now St. Louis is frozen, so they do not get a point there. They need to score on their serve. So side out scoring for them. California still rally scoring until they get to 18. So
good balls from Koop. Jardim late on that one.
Another game point fought off by California.
15, 20.
Like Jardim waiting to see if that ball was going to go wide. Caught the line. And then Koop kind of relaxed a little bit there.
20, 15.
That ball. Fudge needs to let that bounce and get to its apex. She tries to reach for it. Jardim there to put it away, Chad. 21-15. Good start for St. Louis.
Oh, phenomenal start for St. Louis. We talked about Jones and Jardim being defensive players, but they made that early adjustment of being the aggressors and taking it to Koop and Fudge.
All right, so it is all about the gentlemen here. We'll stick with you here. You guys watch the gentlemen warm up. We'll be right back on with that men's doubles matchup for you here on Grandstand Court here at MLP Season 3.
Federico, which side? Right?
back here on Grandstand Court. Dominic Catalano, Chad Edwards here on the call with you. Men's doubles up next. St. Louis Shock getting the ever so important women's doubles match. But how do you see this one playing out, Chad, between St. Louis and California?
Yeah, I was watching some of St. Louis's practices yesterday. Lange, one of the things that we saw with him in the 2022 season of, being a little tentative at times, not using his size, but toward the end of last year and already at the beginning of this year, making that conscious effort to be more aggressive. So I would look for Devilliers and Lange to be the aggressors again here, just like we saw with Jardim and Jones. The trouble that they're going to face is between Frazier and Staksrud for the Black Bears. Frazier, phenomenal hands. Staksrud can grind it out and stay in those points for a long time. I would probably say Staksrud and Lange are the two guys that are going to see a steady stream of bowls in this matchup. And it's going to come down to how well they can weather the storm or if they can counterattack in those situations.
Well, nonetheless, it is, when we talk about it, the team who loses the women's doubles, going into men's doubles, it's not a must-win, but it's as close as a must-win as you can get, because the last thing you need is to go down 2-0 and your opponent have to win one of the mixed doubles matchups to end it for you. So you want to go into that mixed doubles at least 1-1 and have a puncher's chance there in mixed doubles. So let's see what Staksrud and Frazier can do here to even this up at 1 apiece. We get ready to go. It'll be Staksrud serving.
0-0.
Nice pull from Staksrud, right at the right hip of Devilliers.
And that is a shot that he's going to try and hit over and over again. That's his speed up there, disguising it like he's going to go cross court and then speeding up into the hip.
Devilliers, a little too much reach right there, Chad.
Yeah, Lange's got to give him just a little bit of room there as well.
2-0.
Good drive from Staksrud into the body of Lange, but that's part of that counterattack that Lange has to look for, putting the pressure on Frazier.
Ooh, Frazier almost tried to hit that as it goes past his right hip, but a little long off the paddle of Erik Lange.
3-1.
Yeah, good pull there from Devilliers. Staksrud not able to get on top of it. That ball floats long.
Good talk from Devilliers and Lange. Lange almost looked like he was going to want to hit that.
3-3.
Oh, Devilliers trying to go Ernie from the baseline, come in sprint.
Yeah, that's something he's got to be careful of right there. Staksrud recognized it, just a little bump back over the net.
Right now, Chad, I'm seeing just a little confusion in the middle between Devilliers and Lange.
Frazier sitting all over that. Lange not able to disguise it. And, you know, talk about Devilliers and Lange. Lange typically not a right side guy.
3.
trying to get a little too tricky right there. Ball dropped a little too much on him. He goes off the tape, and it's a 4-point lead for California here.
It's in.
Wow.
Good defense there from Frazier, just blocking that ball. Lange providing all the power for him.
Hey, Bree.
Nice deep return from Lange. Frazier getting jammed up just a little bit.
4-8.
So Devilliers was ready for that speed up from Staksrud at his right hip. Good adjustment in game by Devilliers. Too good from Dylan Frazier, keeping that swing short, compact, nothing big here on the speed ups.
Yeah, but Staksrud making his own in-game adjustment there, going behind Devilliers.
So he's successful right hip, goes again, Devilliers figures it out. Goes behind him one, successful, again, Devilliers figures it out. So it's not taking him long to figure this out, but again, how much more can he continue to do that?
6-9.
Got it tough. Got to be patient there from Lange. Good ball from Staksrud, just keeping it down. Yeah, too good from Frazier. That's where Frazier's got to live right there.
So good start here for California, up 11-6 on the end change. Some adjustments need to be made on the side of Devilliers and Lange. Chad, what are your thoughts on what adjustments those are?
Yeah, I think Lange has to give Devilliers a little bit more room. Jay likes to move around, can cover the court very well, but right now what's happening is Lange is taking that step into the middle and kind of pinching Devilliers, so he's getting a little off balance. And then Frazier and Staksrud taking their opportunities to speed that ball up and start the firefight.
So as we come back in, it'll be Dylan Frazier serving as California is up 11-6. Chad and I have ADD right now because there are two matches going on right behind us, and really good matches between
11-6.
Las Vegas and New York right now. That's great shape on that ball from Staksrud on the drive.
Come on, let's go, Sean.
12-6.
Go.
A good angle there from Lange and the movement from Devilliers for that Ernie.
Let's go.
Putting the pressure on Frazier.
7-12.
Staksrud getting out of the way of that. Playing a little matrix. And it is a 13-7 lead for California.
Little late on that one from Staksrud. Devilliers and Lange making the side change at the end change there, putting Lange on the left, Devilliers on the right. Good defense from Devilliers.
Just so good on his feet for being so big, to say the least. He moves so gracefully. You see him slide into that. Oh, Frazier almost slipping.
A little bit of dust on the courts here.
Good shot.
We are in the desert.
Makes sense. Oh, Frazier having none of that speed up from Devilliers. Nice movement there from Erik Lange.
Go, keep going, keep going.
10-15.
Oh, Staksrud just jumping out of the way of that. He wanted to play that last ball too because he was in position.
16-10.
Communication issues again in the middle.
Good answer here so far from California, up by 7, and a timeout from St. Louis. And Chad, you pointed it out again, a little miscommunication in the middle from St. Louis. Just don't seem as cohesive as they want to be in the middle.
Well, you know, one thing with the bigger guys, and Lange being one of them, at times they take up so much space they kind of get stuck a little bit. Devilliers liking to move around a lot, so when you've got that kind of pinching move in the middle, doesn't give Devilliers the freedom that he needs. And for Staksrud and Frazier, extremely consistent right now, not making any errors.
No, playing very clean, like you said, not many errors. And a 7-point lead here, which in this rally scoring is huge.
Time in, 17-10.
That ball just a little deep from Devilliers. The defense from Staksrud putting on the pressure, making Devilliers go a little bigger.
So 8-point lead now. Oh, and they're pulling triggers right now. You're feeling good. You got that big of a lead.
19-10.
That ball's out as well.
Wow, a 20-10 lead here. Side out scoring for California the remainder of the way. Game point. And that ball goes long off the paddle of Erik Lange, and that is a very impressive win for California. 21-10, Chad. Thoughts on this one?
No, good game plan there from Frazier and Staksrud, being the aggressors and really taking advantage of that lack of communication in the middle between Devilliers and Lange. Good answer after losing the women's point.
Yeah, much needed win there. So we're all square here at 1 as we figure out the lineups for mixed doubles. As soon as we figure that out, we will let you guys know. Stick with us here. We're 1-1, St. Louis and California.
Eye candy. Stop the wind. Look good.
There you go. Good thing. Shows up. Smells good. Nice car. Right here. Yeah.
1 minute.
It's so loud in there. Yeah. You're like
First matchup of mixed doubles here is going to be for the St. Louis Shock, Erik Lange and Allyce Jones. And for California, they have Megan Fudge and Dylan Frazier. How do you like this matchup here, Chad?
Well, you know, Fudge and Frazier, they're looking to try to put, or get themselves ahead right here and really put the pressure on the Shock. I would say that they're going to isolate Lange, keep him out wide to kind of go at Jones. You got a very good defensive player in Fudge, and then Frazier. Can be all over the court and use some of the flicks like he just did right there.
Goes right shoulder of Jones. She wants to get out of the way of it, see if it goes out. Does not.
You know, if you look at how BLQK has set their mixed doubles on it, you got a strong guy with a defensive girl, and then the other matchup that's going to be nice reach in there from Lange, but you look at the other matchup that's going to be with Koop and Staksrud. You've got the stronger female with more of a defensive guy that's able to still be able to pull triggers.
Yep. Oh, great job by Fudge, holding that, making Lange commit to the middle, and she just flips behind.
Let's go, guys.
2-2.
Just too strong there from Frazier. Jones didn't set it up enough to be able to go behind him. I think for the Shock, Lange has to try to be a little bit more aggressive, use that size, move around a little bit more.
Wow, good job by Frazier coming over and helping Fudge on the defensive side of things.
Frazier's hand's just too good right there, recognizing that that ball's going to go back at Fudge's backhand again.
4-2.
Rare miss there from Frazier on an easy cross-court dink.
3-4. Point 5.
Can't miss a serve in rally scoring. Miss serves, miss returns, 3 points.
Wow, what an angle by the big man, Erik Lange. You watch him jump this sideline here. Read this so well.
No chance on that one. Way to go, Erik.
And then create that angle.
4, 5.
Yeah, Jones, she tells herself to stop it right there too. Now the thing with aggressive guys like Frazier, who moves really well, he's gonna leave a hole down the line for you to try and plug it.
It's not, it's fake. It's a fake hole.
Yeah, it's because he wants to move into that hole.
Yeah, he's baited her twice on it, and she's bit and been burned twice.
7, 4.
That ball maybe an inch above the net on that drive from Frazier.
8, 4.
Oh, and I think Frazier changed his mind as he went to hit that.
5, 8.
Much better ball movement there from the Shark. Frazier able to get a couple of balls back.
Yeah, nice poach right there in the middle from Erik Lange. Allyce Jones gonna jump on his back right now, trying to fire up Erik Lange. I like it. Again, talked with her after that women's match, and she is fired up still. Oh, Jones misses it. She misses it. Says, I meant to do that. It's fine. But again, when I spoke with her after that women's match, she was like, this is reminding her of volleyball.
Well, that's what I was going to say. The former team athletes, this is what they excel at right here, is that living up to the excitement.
Yep.
Here we go.
She's my pick for most exciting player to watch so far this weekend. Nice stepping in, I think, and Erik's not showing it. Lange's not showing his emotion. He's feeding off of Allyce Jones right now and her emotion.
10, 8.
And they flipped the script here. That ball had a lot of spin on it.
It did an S on the way back to Allyce Jones right there.
9, 10.
Nice try there from St. Louis, trying to dig that out. But we are all square here at 10.
10, 10.
Oh, good hold.
Wow.
Excellent hold there from Lange. The initial speed up, Frazier able to just block it back, and then Lange holds it, goes back behind Frazier, giving them a lead in this end change at 11-10.
Yeah, and it's as close as it can get on the end change here, and a good answer from St. Louis. They were down 8-5 and came back now, have 11-10 lead here on the end change. And again, we keep mentioning it, but in part because of the energy and excitement of Allyce Jones on the other side of the net on the far end right now, playing with Erik Lange. You guys can see Megan Fudge is wearing a different jersey. She was playing in the Challenger League yesterday. Got picked up because of an injury to Maggie Brascia. And so that is why she is playing. She's wearing her Dallas Pickleball Club shirt, jersey.
Yeah, good spot there from Frazier. Jones not able to keep those balls down.
11.
Now Lange going for one too many behind Frazier right there.
Let's go Bears!
11.
Big find in the middle there from Erik Lange as he splits Fudge and Frazier.
12.
Go Bears!
Wow. There
was no room.
There was not that much room right here. You watch this on the replay. Frazier going around the post here. He did, yeah, that was as tight to the post as you can get it. Two out balls played right there.
I mean, that's one downside to being big. You're liable to hit more out balls.
13.
Yeah, the movement from Lange right there put the pressure on Fudge. She tried to go back behind him on a ball that was very difficult to do that with.
What an angle from Frazier as he gets scorpion style in that squatted position and then just goes inside out forehand or a frack.
Frick a frack.
14.
Oh, that ball jumping off the paddle of Dylan Frazier.
Let's go.
And no team here in this match can pull away either.
14.
Tough ball for Fudge. I think she wanted to hit a little more angle on that, get it to the body of Jones, but goes right to the forehand of Erik Lange.
16. 14.
Yeah, too good there from Frazier. Again, Jones trying to go down the line behind him, but his hands are just too fast.
15. 16.
I think
Ball
Fudge was
right
thinking
on the line.
Yeah, she was thinking it was going to be out.
17. 15.
Lange trying to keep the ball away from Frazier so much he goes out.
Yeah, probably would have gone cross court there, pulled Frazier away from the middle.
17.
So Lange tried to make up for one. He should have gone the ball before, and then he was dialed in that he was going to try and poach regardless on that one. Good ball from Fudge.
17-17.
Yeah, just Erik Lange trying to bail himself out. He was caught in a no man's land and didn't know what to do with that. Tries to flip it up and over the top of Frazier, and he's having none of it. So timeout from St. Louis here as they go down by 1. And it's been back and forth this whole match, Chad. I'm anticipating this one going a little over the 21 here because this is going to come down to it.
Yeah, one thing that the Black Bears have done in this last little run, Frazier is being much more active, moving around, putting the pressure on, because he senses that most of those balls are going to go at Fudge. So then it's making Lange and Jones have to change their mind mid-shot, which becomes difficult, and that's what forces errors.
So as we come back in, it's a 1-point lead for California. Megan Fudge to serve.
17.
Oh, wow, and that ball clips off the tape and into the face of Allyce Jones. Dylan Frazier making sure she's all right. They will take the point, up by 2.
Good spot there from Lange, but you saw Frazier was all the way over on Fudge's side and was still able to get to that ball that went out wide behind him. Nice coverage there from Lange, and the pressure from Jones continuing to pull and push Fudge out wide.
And Fudge is trying to make something happen that wasn't there at that moment, but it is a 19-19 here. So here it is. We're all frozen. It's a 20-19 lead and game point for California.
Oh, that ball's just wide from Frazier.
Just misses it. As Devilliers talking to Frazier here, telling him it was 2 feet out. It was 2 feet out. So a hold there from Jones and Lange in St. Louis. They fight off a game point, but we are side out scoring the rest of the way.
No, he missed it.
Oh,
he had the opening and he missed it. Good setup there from Jones.
Game point number 2 for California. Erik Lange winning that firefight against Dylan Frazier in the middle.
Wow!
Unbelievable.
Frazier's all over the court right there, a little bit to his detriment of having to cover too much area.
20-20.
Wide off the paddle of Jones.
Stay focused. We got it.
Good hands there from Lange.
20, 20.
Nice ball from Fudge, staying down low. Lange trying to flick it up and over.
20, 20.
Good defense from Frazier.
Wow. Dylan Frazier is all over the court right now and gives California their 3rd game point.
21, 20.
All tied again.
Here we go.
Let's go, Sean!
Go after it. Come on.
Nice drop from Jones. Fudge trying to bait it down the line.
Well, now all of a sudden, Jones and Lange have a game point on their paddle here after they fought off 3 game points.
So BLQK taking the timeout here.
22-21.
And we got 22-21 here, match behind us between New York and Las Vegas. It's tied up here at 19-19 right behind us in mixed doubles. New York trying to end it as they are up 2-0 as they took women's and men's doubles. But all about California and St. Louis here, Chad. A 1-point lead here for St. Louis, trying to take the ever so important first mixed doubles match, trying to end it. And it is Jones to serve, and it's game point.
Okay.
All right, time in. 22-21.
Oh, the reach it from Lange.
Oh my goodness, what an angle from Erik Lange, taking that out of the air, Chad, and ending it 23-21.
Wow.
What a comeback there for St. Louis as they answer and will look to end it in this second mixed doubles matchup. Congratulations to Lange and Jones for that battle. We'll finish warm-ups here for the second mixed doubles matchup and be right back with that one for you here at Season 3 of MLP.
I don't know.
They chose side, and then it goes back to the other team.
She said she wanted to end on this side. Start on this side. Luckily, they show it on the scoreboard up there.
One minute.
One more mixed doubles matchup here for you on Grandstand Court. California versus St. Louis. California goes with Andrea Koop, Federico Staksrud. St. Louis with the veteran team of Jardim and Devilliers.
Must win here for the Black Bears. And for the Shock, because honestly, if the Shock go to a Dream Breaker, you've got 4 singles players for the Black Bears. And even though Koop doesn't compete in singles anymore, we've already seen her in the last 2 seasons of MLP that she can rack up the points in that Dream Breaker.
All right, we'll see what St. Louis has for an answer here. If they can end this here. Or if California can force the Dream Breaker. So it looks like Andrea Koop will be serving.
Game 4. Here we go. Time in. 0-0.
And we are underway here in this 4th and final mixed doubles matchup.
Good ball from Jardim. Staksrud leaving that one a little high. Something really interesting just happened behind us. So they've been locked at 2019. Just took a timeout, and Barr and David switch sides.
Which you're allowed to do.
Which you can, which means that gives Barr the serve at 2019.
And New York took the timeout. And Barr goes
missed
off
it.
the tape. He goes off the tape and out, but it's no point. But we're back here. California, St. Louis. We'll keep you updated on that one.
That ball sailing just a little deep from Devilliers.
So a challenge here from St. Louis, as we'll see.
I'm not too sure why you would challenge at 1-1 in this situation.
Again, we talked about that yesterday, Chad, that we don't like the challenges early because if it doesn't go your way, you lose it. And now it's late in the game, say it's 18-18, 19-19. Now that's going to make a difference if you don't have that challenge in your pocket. So it's still 19-20 between New York and Las Vegas. And we see the call here, and the call is overturned as that ball was on the line. So ball is good. Good challenger. Again, Chet, that is why you are in the booth.
Yes.
That is why you're in the booth. You don't make big decisions like that.
I didn't think it was out anymore. I just commented that the ball went deep.
You need to stop commenting. Well, that's your job, though. You're a commentator. All right. All right.
It's hard to commentate without commenting.
Without commenting. So we're back in play. Jardim to serve. Devilliers just letting that bounce a little bit long, or a little bit, letting it drop a little bit low. All square, 2.
And the same thing there. So Devilliers trying to be the aggressor, but that ball didn't come up like he expected it to.
Big backhand roll from Devilliers. We just trade side outs here early. That is all set up by a beautiful lob from Jardim that kept Andrea Koop back. Oh, Devilliers almost going behind the back for the winner. Too good there from Devilliers. Good hands from Andrea Koop, but Devilliers able to finish. Update, New York and Vegas tied at 21-21 behind us. Oh, Devilliers on that front foot. I like that, Chet, but you got to get a little wrist roll in there if he's coming in on the hard on that backhand.
Yeah, just a little too aggressive there, moving a little too much.
What coverage from Jardim, reading Devilliers' movement. Watch her step in the middle here. Oh. What movement?
Yeah, good spot there from Staksrud. Holding that two-hander, going back behind Jardim as she pinched middle.
6-6.
A good spot from Koop and good reach in. Going into that right hip of Devilliers.
Match point against.
7-6.
Can't hook it around there. And then ball goes wide, so we're tied again here at 7 as no one can pull away here between St. Louis and California. Oh, Jardim trying to fight that off.
That ball just wide. Good pressure from Devilliers with the reach in on the backhand.
And shocker, we're tied at 8.
Ball stayed down the whole way.
9-8.
Nice pull there from Staksrud as he pulled what Devilliers did earlier, and Staksrud steps in on that front foot and just punches that right at the body of Jardim.
10-8.
Good angle there from Jardim.
So 1 point lead here for for California, excuse me. St. Louis serving.
9-10.
Oh, nice pull there from Andrew Koop on the lean in. And they will take a 2 point lead here, does California, on the end change. And Chad, it's been touch and go here the whole way. No one taking a really big lead. What's going to be the difference for one of these teams to pull away?
Yeah, I like the couple of speed ups there from Koop toward the end before this end change. And Staksrud has been fairly aggressive himself. So look for them to continue that style of play. I think for Devilliers and Jardim, still a little bit of that uneasiness in the middle.
11-9 lead here for California. Good spot from Devilliers. Had it Koop and full extension. She pops it up. He puts it away. And an update behind us. Vegas pulls out a 25-23 victory to stay alive against New York.
Wow. How?
That's a big man coming at you on the Ernie from the baseline,
I
Chad.
thought that ball had stayed down enough from Koop, but Devilliers able to get in that Ernie and use the net at the same time.
Yeah, no. Koop not having any. She read that. She knew he was hitting that shot before he knew he was. She was sitting two-hander and just punched that ball right back behind Devilliers.
12-11.
Good control on that little overhead there from Devilliers as he just punched that down at the feet of Staksrud.
12-12.
Oh, Devilliers missed it. Good setup there from Jardim. But a good counterattack from Koop. Threw off the timing of Devilliers.
12.
Good hands from Devilliers.
And Koop was on the first two, but that third one, Devilliers able to get a big forehand on that.
13.
All tied here again at 13 now. And Jardim full dive and then pretends like she's stretching. So she played it off nicely, Chad.
Sure. I mean, I can say that.
You can say that. You can say that.
Oh, too much. Good movement there from Staksrud. Forcing Jardim to try to go a little too much. Missing one.
15-13.
It's in.
Wow, you see the shape he put on that overhead? That started at Jardine's left foot, ended up in the middle of her body.
16-13.
Yeah, use the net.
Little love right there, and California looking to send this to a dream breaker here.
17-13.
Oh, that ball is not out. It drops in the back corner. And California out to a commanding 5-point lead here, trying to force the dream breaker. And that causes St. Louis to call a timeout here, Chad. What is the game plan here for St. Louis to try and get back in this?
Yeah, I think they need to try to extend the point just a little bit. Devilliers, as we saw in that last one, trying to do a little too much, trying to cover too much court. Set it up, move the ball around, anticipate the speed ups from Koop and Staksrud, then wait for the right time to pull the trigger yourself. Always see when teams try to press the issue, that's when the errors creep in. But Koop and Staksrud again have been extremely consistent. Not too many errors to speak of.
As we come back in, it's Andrea Koop serving here, up by 5.
Good step in there from Devilliers.
Go, shot!
14-18.
Jardim too big with the backswing, dumping that straight down into the net.
19-14.
Yeah, good step, good reach-ins there again from Devilliers.
16-19.
Nice return from Staksrud, pushing Devilliers back.
Go, shot! Let's go!
Brings up game point for the Black Bears.
Big roll now! Let's go! Big roll! Let's
So the Black Bears frozen on 20. The shot will continue at rally scoring until 18.
Nice spot there from Staksrud, as they'll have another opportunity here at game point to try again and force that dream breaker.
go, shots! Let's go, guys! Let's go!
20-16.
Let's go!
So the Black Bears taking this one 21-16, forcing the dream breaker.
That's a nice win there for the Black Bears. And again, with this exciting dream breaker, we have not had one here on Grandstand Court, or we didn't have one. So Chad, it's going to be a fun one here for us. So we'll let these teams set their lineups, and when we get those, we'll come right back to you and let you guys know about it.
Yes, sir. Okay, Bears, they have Jay as their first selection.
Put Maddie on there.
Lineups are set here for the Dream Breaker. California versus St. Louis. So it's men versus men, women versus women. It'll be Staksrud and Devilliers first, Frazier and Lange followed by that. And it'll be the two veterans, Andrea Koop, Simone Jardim. And last in the lineup is Megan Fudge and Allyce Jones, finishing out the Dream Breaker here. And we are just about to get underway, Chad. This is gonna be a fun one. And nice start for and Staksrud. Oh, he's feeling confident right now, Chad. Shaking his head going, I got this. Oh, he don't.
Yeah, good shape.
Oh, he's putting his hands out. Oh, come on, guys. I got this. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, we're 2 points in.
We played to 21. Oh, he goes drop shot. So he went backhand side, forehand side, two winners. Then he goes drop shot, put away. This is a good start for Staksrud in California.
3-0.
And forehand winner. You can't draw it up any better than that, Chad.
No, good start there for the Black Bears. Staksrud taking all 4.
4-0.
Good pressure there from Frazier. Forcing Lange to try to go cross court and missing it into the net.
Off the edge guard there for Lange. And it can't start any worse here for St. Louis, Chad.
6-0.
Ball's wide as well. Yeah, it's a very daunting task for the Shock. You've got 4, in essence, non-singles players taking on 4 singles players of the Black Bears.
Oh, and a little let cord there. Lange with the big fist bump. But Chad, Simone Jardim is going to have to find her inner 2019 Simone Jardim right here, because she needs 4 points here.
Oh, and she shaped it in. That ball started outside the net.
When she hit it, I'm right on this line. I thought it was going to be about 3 feet out.
That ball a little deep there from Koop. Yeah, good movement from Koop there.
She held that on her paddle as long as she could, made Jardim commit.
9-2.
All right, so a split with Koop and Jardim going 2-2. Let's see if Allyce Jones can fire this St. Louis Shock team up here and get them back in this. And it's going to be a daunting task against a very formidable singles player in Megan Fudge.
10-3.
Yeah, good court coverage there from Jones.
4-10.
Allyce Jones battling here.
5-10.
She gets this point, she's about to erupt.
Wow, go Allyce. Elise Jones.
She's fired up. She's gonna take their arms off right now. She goes 3-1, and we're not.
Devilliers needs to take at least 3 here.
You can't go 0-4 here again. You be in trouble here. So the call is out. Staksrud and the California Bears are going to challenge that. So if it stands, it'll be a 3-point lead for California. But a nice run by the ladies in Jardim and Jones to get 5 points.
And that ball. I'm not even going to say it.
No, don't say a word.
I'll
Chad.
wait for the referee because apparently I don't have good eyes.
You've been wrong for a day and a half. But if I'm going to be the one making the call, I think it's out. So we'll see how good I am. But it does look out to me right here, so I think the call is correct.
See, I didn't call it, so then it stayed.
Right.
If I had have said that ball was out, they probably would have been in.
Probably. So good start here for Devilliers.
Nice ball movement there from Devilliers. Staksrud just not quite able to catch up with that one. That ball's just wide from Devilliers.
This is a big point here for Devilliers. He has to answer and take 3, or else there's no work done for him. And being one of the better singles players, but again, he's playing against one of the better singles players as well, so not an easy task.
Ball just stayed down, so Devilliers answers, taking 3. Lange now having to try and do the same. Worst case scenario, the split.
Yeah, just tried to baby it right there and force it to a cross-court drop. That's a good job right there by Lange, putting pressure on Frazier.
Yeah,
right
and
there.
I mean, you've got to go corner to corner against Frazier. He can cover the court so easily. Too good from Frazier. Getting that backhand right to the feet of Lange.
And like you said, Chad, here, he needs to at least get a split.
Yeah.
Oh, not going to happen right there.
Return just too short. Frazier could do whatever he wanted at will there.
All right, it's time for Jardim to, again, channel that 2019-18 Jardim here.
Yeah, good ball from Koop. Again, we're seeing a lot of those balls that typically come up. They're just sliding on these courts. Yeah, baseline to baseline battle there, and Koop going line to line.
I mean, she's keeping every single one of those balls a foot inside the line. She's moving Jardim completely 25 feet sideline to sideline.
Yeah, too big from Koop.
Wow, and we have a 7-point lead here for California.
17-10.
love that volley in mid-court right there from Jardim. She takes 1 point.
11-17.
But now let's see what Allyce Jones can do.
How about the court coverage of Allyce Jones? She's ready to jump into the stands.
She about jumped in the front row right there after that. And again, I talked to her in between matches, talked about how she needed to save that shoulder a little bit.
12-17.
Oh, here we go again.
Keep it going, Allyce Jones. Fired up.
I mean, she's taken 5 of 6 points from Megan Fudge, who is a great singles player.
Oh my goodness. I mean, those are fantastic balls from Fudge. She's moving Jones around, but that's one of the things that we always see from Allyce Jones in doubles, and now it's transferred into singles. She gets every ball back.
She made Fudge try and go around the post on that to try and hit a winner. They're right back in this now.
14-17.
Wow!
Are you kidding me? Are you serious?
So
With the
Jones,
ball she's getting?
Jones has taken 7 of 8.
We're back to the top of the lineup, and they did some damage. They were down 4 last time we got back to the top. Now they're down by 2.
15-17.
Let's see if Devilliers can answer again.
Yeah, just going for too much there. The ball was down and never came up again. Devilliers trying to rip that one down the line. Oh, Staksrud had him on the ropes, but pushes it just a little wide.
I mean, it does help that he's 6'4" and nimble and able to get to all those balls.
That was a better ball from Devilliers there. Made the adjustment, missed the first one into the net, got a little more height on that one.
17-18.
Yeah, good angle from Staksrud. So the Black Bears still holding on to a 2-point lead.
17-17.
So 19-17. And now it is game and match point here for the California Black Bears.
17.
Oh, good get from Lange. Frazier had it on his paddle.
So both teams frozen here, 20-18.
18.
Side out scoring the remainder of the way.
Yeah, too good from Frazier. Lange has to go for it here.
Well, again,
Look for a big return.
so a timeout here from the Shock. Okay, the ball is on Dylan Frazier's paddle. They have match point here on his serve, and this is the last point for Frazier and Lange. So if Lange can hold here, it flips back to Koop and Jardim, 2 veterans of the sport, or it comes down to them for the victory. What does Lange need to do here to neutralize Dylan Frazier?
I mean, Lange has to use the surface of the court. And the reason why I say that is because there's a lot of dust on it. We're seeing a lot of balls that aren't coming up. He's got to go firm, and he's got to slice it a little bit more to keep that ball down, put the pressure on Frazier. If he comes up with a short return, it's all over.
Here we go. Dylan Frazier to serve.
18.
It's exactly what you said, Ched. It's a short return, and he gets punished by Dylan Frazier on the short return, and California is moving on. How important is this first match and getting to be 1-0 under your belt, not having to know you pretty much got to come back and go 2-0 the rest of the day?
Well, I mean, with this pool play, you have to win 2 just to get through. If you win 3, you're guaranteed a spot. So grabbing that first one, it's going to carry into the rest of the day. For the Shock, they were in prime position to take this one. They certainly didn't want to go to the Dream Breaker, so now they're going to have to regroup, figure out a way that they can come together for the other 2 today.
Well, California BLQK comes out on top, winning the Dream Breaker 21-18. Great job by them. The Shock have some work to do the rest of this afternoon to see if they want to move on to the quarterfinals and semifinals. We'll have our next matchup here on the Grandstand court next. Don't go anywhere, guys. back here on Grandstand Court. We have a Challenger League quarterfinal matchup. You have the Brooklyn Aces taking on the Utah Black Diamonds. So winner of this match, we will have, you and I, Chad, will have later, because the winner of this match gets the Chicago Slice in the semifinals at 3 o'clock local time. But again, Dominic Catalano alongside me, as always, Chad Edwards, on the call for you. Chad, women's doubles to start off. The ever so important women's doubles match here in and at MLP. What are you thinking of this matchup here between the Black Diamonds and the Aces?
Well, we had the opportunity of seeing both of these teams out here on Grandstand Court yesterday. For the Black Diamonds and Esquivel and McMillan, they had success being aggressive. We saw a couple of really nice backhand holds from Esquivel, switching it up between down the line and through the middle. So we'll look for her to continue with that one today. For Carr and Gate and Leach, a little bit of a rough start yesterday, but they found their groove as the day went on. Gate and Leach, easy power in her swing, but at times can go for a little too much, and that gets her into control, and those errors start creeping in. So I'll be interested to see the adjustment that they made through the day yesterday. But as you said, both these teams fighting for the chance to play again at 3 o'clock.
They'll take on an undefeated Chicago Slice team. Neither one of these teams has faced the Slice, so it'll be a new matchup. As your 1 seed, the Chicago Slice. Your 2 seed is the Bay Area Breakers. They both have byes, and they're on to the semifinals.
All right. Okay.
Talking with Corinne Carr and Sierra Gate and Leach before this matchup started, and they said yesterday was about survival, today is about thriving. So yesterday was survive, today is thrive. And so that's their mentality coming into this matchup here against the veterans Esquivel and McMillan. So it was some early on dream breakers on the side of the Premier League.
We had dream breakers in 3 out of the 6.
Yes, 3 to 6. So at least half of them. We don't know about I don't know about the other 2.
Well, we had 3 out of 4 that we could see.
Yeah.
We didn't see courts 3 and 4.
The 5s came out on top of the Milwaukee, and Milwaukee was up with ball in hand 2017. And who ended it for the Clowns, otherwise known as the 5s? It was Annalee Waters on court, ended it. And then behind us, huge upset, as New York was up 2-0. Vegas comes back, wins both mixed doubles matches, and then the Dream Breaker. And then we had our own Dream Breaker here on the Grandstand Court. But it's all about Challenger quarterfinals here. The Utah Black Diamonds taking on the Brooklyn Aces. Women's doubles here. And we are underway.
A good spot from McMillan there. Putting the pressure on Gate and Leach. So similar to what we saw in the matchup here yesterday, Gate and Leach the early target for the Black Diamonds.
That ball sailing long, but Carr playing it, and a nice start here for Utah.
That ball sitting up just too high off the paddle of Esquivel. Gatenleach is always going to put a good swing on that one. Oh, she missed it.
Ooh, yes. Just a little overhit there by Gatenleach, but that's because of the great defense from McMillan and Esquivel trying to end it there.
Yeah, she went for a little too much. Paddle laid back, and that face pointed to the sky. She slid through that ball when she went to put it away.
Right now?
Got a ball change happening.
Let's go here. Here we go, Prop. Let's go, Prop.
Play 4-1.
Yeah, good spot there. She didn't overhit that one, but she picked the right spot. Clash of paddles between Esquivel and McMillan.
Let's get it tight. Let's get it tight. 2-4.
A little tentative on that drive from Gatenleach.
5-2.
Oh, the miss hit third from Esquivel. We could hear it here. She miss hits it, but it was perfect, right? Ends up being perfect. She'll take that 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah, that ball rolled in as well.
It's a good step in the middle from Esquivel right there. Read that nicely.
7-2.
McMillan getting twisted up there. She sat forehand first, and then Gatenleach pinning her there on the backhand side.
Oh, nice ball from Corinne Carr going sideline there. Oh, hesitant again, Chad.
Yeah, that one came up much higher than what we have been seeing those balls out here on Grandstand Court. Most of them have been sliding through. Michelle Esquivel just getting on top of that one. It came out flat. Read it well. A bit of inconsistency on both teams so far. McMillan getting fired up.
Just seeing some too many unforced errors from Gatenleach early on. A miss hit there from McMillan. As Utah 1 point away from an end change here. We'll change ends at 11. That's good talk there from McMillan, telling Esquivel to go. No hesitation there. And an 11-6 lead here for Utah. And Chad, you talked about how just a slow start, kind of some unforced errors here, but it is a 5-point lead here for Utah, though.
Yeah, it's very similar to what we saw yesterday in a lot of these challenger matches. Typically, the teams that were getting down early were just struggling with those unforced errors early on And that was always the difference in those matches that we saw, where it wasn't so much the winners, it was more the inconsistency. And we just got delivered bar top stools, so we can sit down now. Good spot there from Gaten Leach. Esquivel not quite pinching the middle as much.
Oh, nice, and she kind of figured it out here, Chad, as they changed ends, and I called her out on it, and she's fixed it. Great job by Gaten Leach.
Usually we get called out for being too loud. So maybe she heard you. Good spots there from both McMillan and Esquivel. Tough balls for Carr to pick up. Oh, nice pick up. Wow.
What a scramble there from the Black Diamonds, as Brooklyn had them on the ropes, but they dug out of that hole, end up with the point.
I expected McMillan to pull the trigger on that forehand that she got, and that little bit of a dead dink from Carr, but
good talk from Gaten Leach to tell Carr to leave that, and they're now back within 3. Nice ball, but I'm so impressed with it. You could have shot a video on how to work yourself
textbook
through transition area.
That's exactly what I was watching as well.
Corinne Carr. Baseline, and 3 feet in, and 6 feet in, and then she got to the kitchen line. Nice job, and Chad, what I'm seeing now in the second half of this game is I'm seeing so much better communication between Carr and Gaten Leach.
Yeah, absolutely. Gaten Leach being more, I don't know what was going on with Esquivel right there. She's kind of,
they were talking about someone saying something, I believe. Because Cassidy even said you didn't hear that. I didn't catch it.
I didn't hear it either.
Wow, nice angle there from Gaten Leach.
Yeah, we talked about that easy power from Gaten Leach early on, and when she's starting to be more aggressive in the middle, making her swing more compact. She doesn't need to have that big backswing to generate the power. And we saw that from that overhead right there. Just out in front, create the angle.
All right, so quick little powwow for the Aces here as they have a 1-point deficit. The timeout was from the Black Diamonds as Utah trying to slow the momentum of Brooklyn down.
Good pull. Perfect spot from Carr. Setting up like she was going to go down the line, drawing Esquivel there and finding that hole in the middle.
And Carr just getting underneath that last one, but a good job of neutralization by Michelle Esquivel to get that ball at Carr's feet.
Well, that was a big word.
I almost fumbled it.
Oh, goodness. That ball just a little flat from Esquivel there.
Now all tied up here.
Good balls from McMillan, really applying the pressure to Gaten Leach there. Going right into the body.
There's not enough seats on the Utah bench over there.
Oh, tough ball. That was the only thing she could do, is sitting right up against the net. That's one where you flip it up and then go and blow the ball over.
2-point lead for Utah. Oh, they were right back in it. Maybe a little early on the trigger pull from McMillan, but great job by McMillan and Esquivel to get back in that point. But Gaten Leach and Carr now back within one.
Oh, good spot from McMillan. Carr almost got it back. McMillan questioning if that ball was going to go out or not. She tentatively hit it, catching it late.
Gaten Leach looking at Carr going, we're going to win this. Let's go. That's a great setup by Corinne Carr, Chad.
Yeah, she set it like she was just going to punch it back, but ended up pulling the trigger off the back foot, catching McMillan and Esquivel by surprise.
Just when you thought they got it to neutral, that's when Esquivel pulls the trigger right there. Kind of shocked Gaten Leach.
Yeah, a tough spot there. She was going short court. And again, another step in and rip from Esquivel. This time jamming up Carr.
So timeout here from Brooklyn. We are frozen on both sides now at 20-18. It'll be side out scoring the rest of the way.
The west of the way.
West of the way. And so as we come back in, Brooklyn calling this timeout. Gaten Leach and Carr have battled their way back. They were down 11-6 on the end change. Have battled their way back. Had got to tied. But now it is Esquivel, McMillan, and Utah pulling away by 2. We'll see what Brooklyn can do out of this timeout to slow the momentum down, but it'll be a game point on the paddle of Olivia McMillan right now. angle.
Smart. Very smart there from Sarah Gaten-Leach. Big power on the one before. McMillan getting it back this time. A little change up in angle.
18-20.
A bit of an opportunity squandered there for the Aces. That miss into the net from Gaten-Leach. And reverse the other way.
Yeah.
A little bit of tightness, a little bit of hesitation.
Again, just playing such good defense are McMillan and Esquivel.
Yeah, Gaten-Leach getting all twisted up with her feet there on that one. I think hit an out ball.
Yes. Wow, I mean, what a way to end it. You think you're exactly right. Both of us kind of tapping each other going, that was an out ball that she played, but it's a 21-18 victory for Utah. Chad, what was the difference here for Utah to kind of pull away and end this and get that very important women's doubles point?
Well, I think it was just the pressure that they applied from the get-go. You know, got up early, fought off a little bit of a run from the Aces, but they never let go of the aggression. So it was always constant pressure, even in some of those spots where they didn't come out on top.
Well, it's a 1-0 lead here for the Black Diamonds. As you guys can see, men's doubles up next. The boys are warming up. They are next. Here we'll take a quick timeout, and we'll be back with that men's doubles matchup. Don't go anywhere.
Let's go, fellas. Hey, have some fun. Start fast, baby. Let's go. Start fast.
Men's doubles challenger quarterfinal matchup. Game number 1 going to the Utah Black Diamonds by a score of 21-18. Michelle Esquivel and Olivia McMillan coming out on top of that over Sierra Gayton Leach and Corinne Carr. So for the Brooklyn Aces, it's Rob Nunnery and Greg Dow. Be taking on Rob Cassidy and Spencer Smith for the Utah Black Diamonds.
Yeah, boys.
And I still do like the Black Diamonds jerseys, as I said yesterday and pointed out. But it'll be Greg Dow to serve to start, as Brooklyn trying to even this up at a game apiece.
Yeah, I don't mind the reach in there from Dow, but just coming out a little too flat. That paddle head under it just a little bit more and brush up. Oh,
what a gift from Spencer Smith.
Spot from Nunnery, but not too sure if Dow kind of blocked Nunnery's view on that one.
Again. Yeah, twice in a row for Dow.
Just standing too tall there as well. You see his legs completely straight.
Wow, and this is exactly how the women's match started, where Esquivel and McMillan had a 3-0 lead on Gayton Leach and Carr. Oh, and Dow with the foot fault.
What do you think, size 14?
Minimum. Dow's a very big boy. That's nice ball. Good adjustment, right, Chet?
Yeah, excellent adjustment there. Didn't try to go for too much. Brushed up the back of that one. Used the spin instead of the power. A little bit of hesitation there from Nunnery.
Great point, great point.
Good spot again from Dow on that inside out flick.
Wow, nice angle. Great angle, Spence. Come on.
That spin created by Nunnery there, just keeping that ball down to when it once it got to Cassidy. Geez, that one didn't even want to come out.
Oh, nice pull from Cassidy. I like it, but coming back on the counter from Nunnery, he clips the tape.
Yeah, good reach in there again from Cassidy, but good counter attack from Dow. Cassidy just needs to pick the spot a little better.
good setup there from Spencer Smith as he finally creates a hole in the middle, punches that ball through. And I was talking last night with some players and saying how Greg Dower reminds me of a bigger, taller Rob Cassidy. He's got great hands, blocks everything out in front. Nice, right? They're right on cue, right? It's just short and sweet. He's just a taller version, I think, of Rob Cassidy. Very scrappy, right-sided player. So we have a lot of similarities between the two.
Does he slide around on the court as much as Rob Cassidy does?
I've seen Dow get dirty. He's gritty. He's just a grinder. I love his game. Oh, wow. What an ATP. When he hit that, I thought it was going long.
I thought it was too. We can't see the baseline from here.
Oh, he drops it within a foot of the baseline.
Oh, nice get.
Oh, and just wide.
What?
So that whole point towards the end was set up by a no-look cross-court dink from Cassidy. He had Dow leaning middle. He goes no look to the sideline and had Dow on the move, end up with a pop-up.
That ball just deep, so it gives the Black Diamonds the lead at the end change here, up 11-8.
So now Brooklyn Aces in a hole here. They're down one game to none and down by 3 here in men's doubles. A spot in the semifinals against the Chicago Slice on the line. What are you seeing from the Aces that they possibly may need to do here, Chad, to change things up?
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see them take a couple more chances, some calculated risks, kind of put a little bit of pressure on the Black Diamonds, but it has to be the right spot. Cassidy and Smith, both excellent counter-attackers and blockers getting those balls back. But if they create the hole first, it's where they'll have some success. Where the Black Diamonds are having success is the fact that they're putting the pressure on the Aces right now.
So as we come back in from the end change, it's a 3-point lead for the Utah Black Diamonds. Oh, and just long as Cassidy runs through the kitchen on that. It did bounce, so he was safe. Tries to flip that through the middle and goes just long. Nunnery knew it off his paddle. As soon as he hit it, he stood straight up. He knew it was just short.
Okay, let's go.
Just gets on top of it a little too much. Cassidy just needs to punch that forward, and that's a winner for him. He's all over it. Good hands by Rob Nunnery right there on the speed up from Spencer Smith. So here we go again. We saw this yesterday, Chad, in the match that was on championship court. I was on the sideline. The opposing team, Atlanta, challenged Greg Dow's serve. And they challenge it now here again to see if both of his feet are off the ground. He gets up on his toes, and they're going to challenge and see if it's a football. Yesterday, it was upheld. So let's see here what we got, as Utah will be challenging it. So that was like kind of the talk of everything yesterday too, that got challenged and it got over and it got upheld, the challenge. So it was very interesting. You don't see that very much on serves. So we'll see here what we got. But it has gotten tight here. 12-11 Utah Black Diamonds lead. And even if it doesn't get called here, Chad, and upheld, do you think it kind of messes with the psyche of Greg Dow and Rob Nunnery, who are kind of coming back into this?
Oh, definitely. I mean, when you've got something like your serve question, you think about how many people get the serving yips, and it's not from emotion, it's all mental. So now if he's thinking about his feet and what have to happen with this, yeah, it can screw up with your head and the mental aspect. Well, so both these feet were on the ground. Well, at least one foot was on the ground.
And the Brooklyn Aces owners over there screaming, wasted challenge, wasted challenge. So it's getting testy here.
Ref, you don't mind.
With a
is there a line or is there no line? He can say whatever he wants to. I'm just asking. Can he say whatever he wants to?
So here we go, Chad.
The owner can say whatever he wants to.
No, we don't. That's okay.
So it's getting chippy out here as Cassidy now asking our referees if the owners can say whatever they want.
Oh, I think Nunnery potentially hit a ball that was going wide there.
Wait.
Good pressure from Smith. Dow and Nunnery not able to get up to that kitchen line.
13-12.
Good hands there from Rob Nunnery on the speed up from Cassidy.
13-13.
Oh, and Cassidy looking down at the camera there, almost if the camera was in his way, but I mean, I think he had plenty of space. He just kind of pulled it back too much and hits the post.
Yeah, good pressure. Nunnery a little late on that one.
Player game, baby. Player game.
Cassidy's on that, Chad. He's right there. He's hitting it clean. left-handed there.
A little bit of a, I don't want to say a mess in the middle of that point, but it's kind of all over the place.
Such a good point by Rob Cassidy there. Not getting overly aggressive, waiting for that right moment.
Nunnery telling Dow to not speed those balls up there. I don't think Cassidy got on the ground on that one. That was the issue.
He was on at least one knee. I think he needs to get on two and it'd be all right. A great counter there from Rob Cassidy. Instead of just blocking that, he punches that, right? And he gets that with some pressure at the feet of Greg Dow. Good leave right there. And how easy is it to play that ball, Chad?
Oh, I mean, extremely easy. And you talk about Dow being a tall and larger player, it's easy to hit that ball up at the chest.
Counter, Greg Dow with the hands out in front, short and sweet. That's a textbook counter block.
18-17.
Tough time to miss a easy dink like that one, but a good spot in the left foot. Verbal warning for Mr. Dow.
Yeah. He accepts it and apologizes for it. Wow. Inside out, dotting the line. That's how you make up for the verbal warning.
That was very close.
It was. Point here, Chad. 2018, side out scoring the remainder of the way.
Pressure. Dow getting a little tense there, a little tight. Cutting that swing off. From Smith, but excellent adjustment from Nunnery.
2018.
Again, that spot to the left foot of Dow by Cassidy. Ate him up a little bit. Dow letting that ball get too close to the body. And then we missed the serve on the way back.
Can't have that here. It is no point giving up, but to get back in it, you do not want that.
And then a missed return. So a couple of errors there at the end, giving the Aces the 21-18 win and tying it all up 1 apiece.
So we are, like you said, Chad, all tied up 1 apiece, heading into mixed. We'll see what those lineups are. As soon as we can get those to you, we will. But stick with us here, and have 2 mixed doubles matches coming up for you next.
question about
Sorry, man. Good smoke. Thirds? I'm ready, man. Whatever you need.
No, I'm good. Oh, sorry. We think it's small.
Let's go, Sierra.
Here on Grandstand Court, it's all about mixed doubles. The Utah Black Diamonds and the Brooklyn Aces all tied at 1 game apiece, headed to mixed doubles, a spot in the semifinals against the Chicago Slice on the line.
Good hands from Cassidy.
Yeah, it's a great start there from Cassidy. You hear Nunnery on the sideline going, smart, Greg, smart, meaning let's not speed up right at Rob Cassidy.
Well, there's Cassidy on the ground for the first time today. Yeah, good hands from Dow. Cassidy trying to go for a little too much on that second speed up.
2-1.
And it is an interesting lineup. We talked about it yesterday, and they played this way yesterday too, with McMillan and Cassidy together, 2 lefties. You typically don't see that a lot. If you have lefties and righties, you like to play them together so that middle's closed off. Oh, another left-handed block there from Dow.
Oh, he's in the kitchen, though. Gate leash didn't get out of the way.
And he ended up tossing his paddle on the side. Greg looks at our referee and goes, was I in?
That's an athlete. That's an athlete.
2-3.
Yeah, good move from Dow. Cassidy tried to match it, but overdid it.
4-2.
That's the spot if you're going to speed it up at Cassidy. You got to go with the hip. Anything out in front of him, he's going to get.
Yeah, most people, well, most players, you don't want to allow them to get extended. You want to go into the body. Cassidy wants to stay compacted in the body. And you got to try to, like you said, go hips or get him extended on that speed up.
Good little flick on the forehand there from Gate and Leach. Looked like McMillan wasn't expecting it right there.
6-2.
It was close. It was close. We saw yesterday with DC a point being overturned because of
A hindrance.
early celebration. McMillan there.
Great gets from Rob Cassidy. I mean, that's a baseball slide into a pickup right there. Unbelievable from Rob Cassidy.
Good step in. Coming across, hitting that forehand with a hard angle back into the body of Dow. The movement of Dow has thrown off the timing of Gate and Leach just a little bit.
5-7.
A little long on the return from Dow, and Utah back within one. So Dow let it go because he thought it was going to go out. Gate and Leach let it go because she thought Dow was going to hit it, and it drops in.
7-7.
Yeah, good setup and good spot from Gate and Leach on that one.
And again, that's the speed up at the body of Cassidy. Too good right there. His hands are too good.
8-8.
And McMillan's there, but Cassidy full extension. Tough ball for him to get.
Hey, you're good.
Let's go. Take us to 11.
Good setup there from McMillan. Took a couple of balls to the middle and then kept pushing Dow wider and wider. Dow not able to bring that one back inside the court from around the post. He sat down in his position right as that ball floated, and Gate and Leach just dotted him a strike right under the paddle.
One knee, down the block.
McMillan caught with her feet still moving there.
All tied at 10. After this point, we'll switch ends.
Just out.
So an 11-10 lead here for McMillan and Cassidy. But it's as tight as it's going to get here, Chad. It's just no one's wanted to pull away here. Some good defense from Rob Cassidy. He's been on the ground a couple times. Greg Dow, same thing. But what's going to be the difference maker here in the end to get this match and be sitting pretty at 2-1?
Yeah, I like the aggression by the men. However, I think they need to kind of control it a little bit more. Like I said earlier, the movement by Dow kind of throwing off the timing and the balance of Gate and Leach a little bit, and the same for Cassidy and McMillan. The excessive movement, although it's creating a little bit of pressure, kind of hinders the rhythm that you're looking for. So I'd like to see both these guys trust their ladies a little bit more to set them up, and then at the right spot come in, be aggressive.
Gaten Leach not going to let Cassidy get a hold of that one and get it back over. She punishes that ball into the ground. All tied at 11.
Good spot going across the body of Cassidy was Dow. Even though Cassidy got a good paddle on it, just that angle forced the ball to go wide.
All right, let's go. Let's get it.
That's such a good read from Dow as he was stepping in the middle before McMillan even hit that.
13-11.
Right on the baseline. I think they're going to challenge it though.
So Brooklyn is calling it in, but they're going to challenge it that it's out.
Is it on the baseline? The baseline ball?
So they're going to use their challenge here to call that ball. And I see right here, the ball looks to be right on the line. Don't say a word.
I would say it's inside the line.
Oh, here we go. You don't get extra points for being inside the line. It's either in or out.
Well, you said right on. I'm just have to disagree with you.
I believe the call will be in. Quick review, which I like. So point to Utah.
The score.
So it's inside the
How many points do we have, Brett?
Don't go like that.
It's 12-13 as we come back in. McMillan catching Dow, creeping in the middle right there, goes behind him a little bit. And all tied at 13.
Spot from McMillan, and good change of pace there from Cassidy, throwing off the balance of Dow.
14-13.
And nice jump from Cassidy right there. He wanted to on the first ball from Dow, but didn't read it well enough, but reads that second one nicely. And Utah takes a 2-point lead. Both Cassidy and McMillan wanted to call it out as they turned around, whipped their heads around like, ah, no, that is in.
Cassidy almost lost his head on that ball.
14-15.
Good spin from McMillan. Ball kind of kicks up a little bit on Dow.
McMillan fired up after that.
Okay, timeout.
The timeout here from Brooklyn as Utah takes a 3-point lead here, Chad. Good timeout here, in my opinion, as you have a fired up Olivia McMillan and Rob Cassidy. What are your thoughts in the huddle here if you're Brooklyn?
I think it's going back to kind of what we talked about leading into and at the end change here for this first mixed doubles matchup. Dow's trying to do a little too much there. You saw him come all the way over in front of Gate and Leach, and then McMillan going back cross court to him. Stay within yourself. Don't try to press. As we see Dow now talking with Nunnery. I think they were kind of having a discussion of whether they move Gate and Leach over to the left and Dow becomes on the right.
Which is something you can do in MLP during timeouts or end changes. The tape, Cassidy gets it, and Dow was on it, but unfortunate for him, clips the tape, and it's a 4-point lead here for Utah.
Yeah, that's not going to come back when Gate and Leach gets that type of ball. We saw Dow catch himself before he ran across in front of Gate and Leach on that one.
Nice job again from Gate and Leach, putting tons of pressure on. After Cassidy dug that first one out, she's leaving nothing to chance now.
16-18.
Had him dead to rights. He even heard Cassidy in the middle of that one say shoot. He knew he was out of position.
A 3-point lead here for Utah.
Yep, I got it. Watch it.
Cassidy needs to stay on his feet there. He jumped and then ends up mishitting that.
It's great time.
Good speed ups there on both sides, but McMillan and Cassidy with the better counterattacks.
So it'll be game point number 1 for Utah.
Ooh, they don't have a challenge. I don't think they have a challenge.
They don't.
Because they lost the challenge before.
I'd love to. I mean,
Oh, I think Rob's going to challenge his own call right here. Out of good sportsmanship to say, well.
Oh, that's in. It's actually in. It's actually that ball is in. Wow. So Utah, it sounds like right now Utah is going to challenge. They called it out, but Utah, I believe, is going to use their challenge, or no?
I have no idea. I'm going to say that.
You're hurting my brain. Yeah, I don't know if I can make that call. I wanted to, but I mean, I love it.
So they're in discussion right now.
I really want it. I mean, dude, I'm just as human, though. I kind of really, I mean, I'm obviously really expecting. Okay, good.
Yeah, they're challenging. Whoa. Here, I'll sit back. No way.
So they're still in discussion whether or not this is going to be challenged or not. So there's still a discussion with the Utah team.
Yes, they are.
No, you're good. I like it.
Let's go down. Here we go. Stop now. Let's go, bud.
It was.
We're still going back and forth here about whether it's a challenge, whether it's not.
So the rule is that the captain of the team has to initiate the challenge. The captain of the team is Michelle Escobar.
And she is
not
going
sticking to her guns, and she is not challenging it.
Guys, go to your go.
So it looks like there will be no challenge. We did see the replay, so you guys at home do know.
I'm being overruled by my captain and my owner.
So, we just heard from Cassidy right there that he was willing to challenge it,
but he
said he was overruled by his captain and his owner. So
there is no challenge. Game number 1 of mixed doubles goes to the Utah Black Diamonds. So they will finish warming up here in the second mixed doubles match. We'll watch and see when we come back here what happens with that last and final mixed doubles match, if we're going to a Dream Breaker or if Utah's going to move on.
Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. Hey, they just told me. Wasn't even close.
I already asked you if you could please not allow them to talk to me, and you're allowing it. I asked you. Spencer, are we warming up?
I'm sorry. Hey, they're saying it was out. It was a foot. It was a foot in. It's not close. It's going to be a bad. I know. It's going to be a bad look.
Connor, can you come over here?
It's going to be a really bad look.
It's a bad look for PPA.
At least you guys gave a replay.
Hey, it's cool. Hey, forget about it.
Rob, is it correct?
All good. Let's go.
Hey. Yeah. Glad you boys are here. Let's go, bro.
right, so we are back here on Grandstand Court.
Don, you want this one?
Dominic Catalano and Chad Edwards
You probably want to go to the bathroom.
here on court, and I don't know if there's still some debate, Chad, about what's going on here, but we'd had a full warm-up with Esquivel and Smith, and it looked like Nunnery and Carr were ready too. And so we will, I believe, be ready to go here momentarily. Tough way to end that first mixed doubles match, Chad. But we were, told the rules are, as written for MLP, is that any challenge has to be initiated by the captain of the team. So the captain of Utah is Michelle Esquivel, and Michelle Esquivel denied the challenge, so no challenge, and we will be moving on to the second mixed doubles matchup here on Grandstand Court with a spot in the semifinals against the Chicago Slice on the line. So Nunnery and Corinne Carr are going to have to figure out what they need to do here to force a dream breaker, because it's their only way to move forward here, Chad.
Yeah, absolutely. And, with the challenges, it kind of goes back to what we've spoken about in a couple of these matchups. If you use that challenge too early, or, potentially not in a situation that you can't fight your way out of, now you run into this where you get toward the end of it in a very critical situation. You don't have any challenges. So the timing of those challenges is just as important as anything else. But yeah, Nunnery and Carr definitely have a lot of work to do here to be able to fight their way into the dream breaker.
All right,
we
so
hit Dow talking with the referees now as far as how did the referees not see that ball was inside the line. But again, the position of the referees are to watch the kitchen, not the baselines.
You guys need to start rolling. You can call up other numbers.
No, your team can't travel.
So still, I think are we missing a Corinne Carr? I do not see her on court as of right now. There still is discussion here, Chad, about this last call.
Yeah.
So, again, we've explained to you guys the rules that only the captain can initiate the challenge. Challenge was not initiated by Michelle Esquivel, thus the match, or the game, is over. And we should be moving on to our second mixed doubles matchup. The issue here is that we are taking a lot of time in between games here. I know the players don't want this either because they end up getting cold as well. That's the last thing they need. Chad, you're rubbing your head.
I'm just blocking the sun.
I was thinking I might see smoke come out of your ears if you didn't have your headphones on. As my two favorite Aussies are in the same place at the same time, Morgan Evans is here as well. So I think they're the only two Aussies I know. So well, you guys and Sarah Burr. So.
Thanks.
But we are set and ready to go. Corinne Carr, Rob Nunnery taking on Michelle Esquivel and Spencer Smith. The Brooklyn Aces need this match here, or this game here, to force the Dream Breaker. I'm anticipating some
little chirping,
little thick tension here, possibly.
Little chirping.
So we'll see what happens here as we. So we are all set and ready to go. Corinne Carr and Sarah Ansberry in the back. All right, so Carr and Nunnery on the far end, Esquivel and Smith on the near side.
I'm not too sure what's going on back here. It looks like Corinne Carr's a little emotional right now as well, getting comforted by Sarah Ansberry back there.
If anybody's gonna be able to shake this off and get back in game mode, it is Corinne Carr. Oh, and there she is right off the bat. Corinne Carr stepping up nicely. And a good start here for Brooklyn.
Oh, that ran along the net for about 4 feet.
Oh, nice hands. Oh, you got to fire it up Rob Nunnery right now. He's ready to go.
Good move there by Smith, but Nunnery able to get a paddle on it, and nobody home after the poach from Smith.
Hey, here we go, Diamond. Let's go, right now.
Yeah, good attacks there from Smith. Carr able to fight one off, but just too great of an angle there for Nunnery to try to keep in. The thought process there from Carr. She'd fought off a couple of tough balls, but not the best ball to try to speed up. Oh, we got it.
A little too much there from Nunnery, I think, in the middle of that point. Trying to make something happen, I appreciate that, but there was a couple that were just low enough. Let Corinne Carr take that and work you back in the point.
Yeah, heavy top spin there from Spencer Smith. In reality, that is a ball from Carr that would typically go out, but not when you crank it as hard as Smith did right there.
Just relentless attack there from Spencer Smith and Michelle Esquivel, and Utah extending their lead to 6-3.
Now the good leave there from Carr. So we saw that one a little bit flatter from Esquivel. Didn't have the amount of topspin that Smith did earlier.
Great angle, right, from Spencer Smith. A little inside-out forehand.
Smith completely off the ground there. He kind of jammed himself up a little bit as well. Just needs to stay balanced there, and he has that attack. Just a little wide. Good pressure there from Smith.
And Nunnery trying to tell Carr to let that ball bounce. She plays it though. And a 4-point lead here for Utah. That's good ball from Nunnery on the backhand, Chad.
Yeah, good depth. Just hit through the ball. Didn't try to create too much spin or angle. Nice defense, and then the speed up from Carr. Worked her way back into that point exceptionally well. Got up to the kitchen line and pulled the right ball right into the armpit of Smith, but then Nunnery dumps his serve into the net.
And if at any time you want to dump your serve in the net when you're in rally scoring, that is not the right time. Yeah, he's just sitting on that back heel right there. I know he's leaning forward, but it's when you're just leaning with the front on the top side, top half, got to get on those toes.
Carr tried to cover as much court as she could there, but the attack from Esquivel and Smith just relentless. So the Black Diamonds go into the end change up 11-8, leading 2-1 in the match.
So Carr and Nunnery, they're in it. It's only 3, not a lot. Is there anything you seeing that they need to change here as far as this match goes to see if they can get into the Dream Breaker?
Yeah, I mean, right now they're weathering the storm pretty well from Smith and Esquivel. I'd like to see them put a little bit more pressure on Esquivel. I think out of the two between Esquivel and Smith, she's more the one that will crack and kind of give up some of those errors right there.
Yeah,
I was gonna say the only way that they can do that is to keep Smith honest by going behind him and then isolating Esquivel.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Is kind of isolating Esquivel a little bit, force her into some mistakes. Spencer Smith playing with a lot of aggression right now, and he's playing very clean for the most part. And so trying to keep the ball away from him as much as they can, try and force a mistake from Esquivel. Be Spencer Smith serving as we return back into play after the end change. 11-8, Utah lead.
Good spot there from Nunnery. Esquivel potentially a little ambitious, trying to poach that ball in the middle there.
Right in the sun. It went right in the sun. Smith had to let it drop.
Yeah, a little bit of hesitation there from Carr coming forward and almost overran the ball, putting that ball at her feet. Yeah, good. I was gonna say,
I thought she was going to play it.
don't hit it.
And she just continued to pull her paddle back and away from the ball, but you and I were both like, no.
It's going to go.
Yep, let's go!
Just short. Thought it was going to go over there, but Smith going corner to corner there. Continuing to apply that pressure. Good drive and then good flick. Coming up quickly on the car block.
That's tough to keep that ball in right there. Spencer Smith does a great job.
It's kind of the power of carbon fiber.
Yeah, that ball ends up in Margaritaville VIP tent.
Let's go!
Good ball there from Esquivel.
Man, I wish I played
15-11.
Okay.
That's a good speed up, right, by Curran Carr. That's exactly what you were going to say, I think, too. But what the best part about that was she got that down. She got on top of it and down at the shins of Spencer Smith.
Yeah, nice bro.
Oh. All right, here come the Brooklyn Aces. Just out of the reach of Corinne Carr.
Yeah, Nunnery not able to get a very good swing on that speed up. Smith stepping in and creating the angle behind Carr. Good eye there from Carr and good pressure from Nunnery, stepping in and taking over there at the kitchen line.
14-16.
Wow, the miss hit from Spencer Smith ends up to be a winner.
Right back, guys.
Nunnery was expecting that with much more pace.
Oh, it was just wide.
Just missing that.
We have one to you. Probably in. Rob, it's a challenge. Nice point. Challenging.
So Brooklyn going to challenge the call on the sideline. That ball was in. Look out. We'll see here is ball just. Don't say a word.
I am not commenting. I'm not making a comment. I cannot, because it will have the different outcome than what I say anyway. So
it's as close as you can get, but from the looks of it, Corinne Carr trying to break her back. Looking at our screen here to see the replay, but I think it looks possibly out. Zoom in. Great camera work here by our crew. We get that right there. That's the one. Looks out. So call stands. Wow, Chad, you might have almost been right.
if I had have said it was out, it would have been in.
Correct.
So just leaving it to the referees.
So 4-point lead here for Utah, trying to move on to the semifinals.
Good spot from Nunnery and good reach in. coming over, taking that ball in front of Carr and creating the ball back behind Smith.
Didn't split step soon enough.
Now he tried to come up quickly and apply that pressure, and Esquivel recognizing it, just going behind the backhand side.
That's a nice drop cross court there from Corinne Carr. Now they got to put a couple together here to get a little closer.
16-19.
Again, so many of those hard returns we've seen not come up.
So a shot against the Chicago Slice in the semifinals on the line for Utah on this point. That ball will go wide, and Utah is moving on to the semifinals where they will face off against the Chicago Slice later on this afternoon. Brooklyn, a valiant effort here, but a 21-16 victory for the Utah Black Diamonds, and they will move on by a score of 3-1. Congratulations to them. We'll see that matchup later. Chad Edwards and I will be on that call on Championship Court at 3 p.m. local time. A little over 2 hours from now. Thank you guys for joining us. We'll take a quick break here. It will be Morgan Evans, Brandon Insikpong taking our place moving forward here on Grandstand Court. Thank you guys again for joining us. They'll be on shortly.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get underway with some Premier level Major League Pickleball. Morgan Evans here alongside pro player and analyst Brandon Insectpong.
Happy to be here, Morgan. Thanks for having me. This is a fabulous day here in Mesa, Arizona. The sun is shining. There is not a ton of wind. I'm expecting to see some awesome and high-level pickleball in this matchup.
We are, of course, at the Rockin' Protein Pickleball Center at Bellbank Park. And this matchup is going to be electric. We've got the Seattle Pioneers versus the New York Hustlers. This is the group stage in the Premier level, the first event for the 2023 Major League Pickleball season. Etta Wright and Megan Dawson will be taking on Anna Bright and Lacey Schneemann.
Yeah, this is going to be like you said, an electric matchup. We've got, on one side, Etta Wright, who has made really a great name for herself in the past 6 to 8 months. A couple medals there on the PPA Tour. And then you've got Megan Dawson, who's been playing for quite a while on the PPA Tour as well. I expect them to bring a lot of fire and passion out there. I don't think we'll see a ton of dinks and slowing it down from their side. And then conversely, we've got Lacey Schneemann and Anna Bright. Anna Bright, who is more than likely one of the most electric females in pro pickleball. You will be hearing from her time and time again. So I'm expecting a real battle right here.
Yeah, Anna Bright, certainly one of the stars in the game. She has been partnering up recently with fantastic effect with the one and only Annalie Waters. Shout out to her 16th birthday just yesterday. Lacey Schneemann, she has proved herself a valuable asset in Major League Pickleball already. She is going to be the X factor here. I was watching her warm up a little bit earlier. She's got a full range of shots, plenty of power, lots and lots of speed. I think we'll see Anna Bright on the left-hand side for the majority, and based on how they're warming up right now, that looks to be what they're planning. Etta Wright, as you mentioned, really come along a long way in the last really 9 months or so. College tennis player, a college tennis coach as well, so I think she's got a good head for the game. And Megan Dawson, she, alongside Elise Jones last year, really put some great runs together, and she made a real point of upping her power game. She switched paddles and she started really firing from the hip with serves and big thirds. So I'll be curious if she's able to reel off a few big ones and let Etta Wright get in there early, cause some trouble.
Yeah, and as so often is the case, it'll be a determination of who's able to settle into their game the earliest. I think both ladies here, or both teams here, would like to get in there and set the tone and the pace as early as possible. And so whoever's having to pivot and change their strategy is probably going to take a little while to get grounded here. So I look for, like I said, kind of a high-level matchup. I look for both teams to get out there and try to execute their game plan, and if not, look towards the bench to see if they need to change their strategy.
Yes, the gentlemen will take the court after the ladies have finished, and that is one I cannot wait for. Ben Johns and Tyler Lung will be taking on Tyson McGuffin and Rafa Hewitt. So all fire all the time from one side of the court, while Ben and Tyler, they're a little more subdued. Ben Johns, he doesn't ride the roller coaster of emotions, and I think because of that, he keeps himself away from the pitfalls, and I think in a rally scoring format that really pays dividends. I think you can get away with some errant thirds when you're playing normal side out scoring, but here, if you've got that rush of blood, that adrenaline flowing, it can really cost you.
Yeah, and it depends what makes yourself and your team tick. I think for the New York Hustlers, for them, energy is going to be key. They've got a lot of fiery players on their side, and Tyson McGuffin, Rafa Hewitt, Anna Bright. So if they're screaming out there, if they're pumping each other up, I think that's more in their nature. when it comes to Seattle Pioneers, as you said, a little more cool on the court, but let's not confuse that with not having a ton of passion. For Ben Johns, you don't win as many tournaments and medals as you have without being ultra competitive. He just has a style and approach that has worked for him. So I expect to see both teams do that here in this entire match.
Yeah, quick shout out to the owners as well, Seattle Pioneers, pickleball.com. That is an all-encompassing entity, and well, I'm guessing they're very happy they got that domain name early on. It's a good call from them.
Makes it easy, doesn't it?
It does. It was like, where should I go to learn about pickleball? Well, pickleball.com can't be too bad. The flip side, the New York Hustlers, this is where LeBron James got involved. Draymond Green, Kevin Love, Paul Riviera, Daniel Silman, Corey Ben Bassett. I mean, as soon as LeBron James put his name on something, the whole world stood up, really.
Yeah, I saw a note where, you know, over 4 billion eyeballs caught wind of what's happening with pickleball just because of LeBron James' name being involved. We've got Paul Rivera, who is actually here on site watching his team. It's great to see the owners here supporting and getting so involved in Major League Pickleball. The sky is the limit for what can happen with this league, the players, the fans. So I think everybody involved is doing an awesome job, and I look forward to the future.
The future is indeed bright as we get set for Anna Bright and Lacey Schneeman to take on Etta Wright and Megan Dazon. I can't wait. Come on, guys. Let's get this show on the road.
Yeah, it looks like they're getting Dejon and Etta Wright getting some last-minute advice from their team. They've also got Dave Fleming as their coach, who is on the sideline, and he's a great pickleball mind as well. Senior pro, and definitely made a statement, has a lot of medals under his belt, and also an analyst as well. So
yeah, fantastic commentator.
Good guy to listen to.
You know, and I see, how do you coach Ben Johns? What do you say to him? Aside from just don't not be Ben and try to, you know, just do your thing all the time.
Yeah, I think it starts with, hey, Ben, what did you see?
Yes, yes. What would you advise I say to you? No, he's got a wealth of knowledge, Mr. Fleming, so I'm sure he's instilling some wisdom. All right, so it'll be Schneeman starting off proceedings.
Crowd already very fired up here.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of people that are making their way here at Mesa, Arizona to see this matchup.
Yeah, we're already kind of standing room only on Grandstand court. Great work early on there from Schneeman to handle some of those attacks, and Anna Bright finishing off the point nicely.
Already tons of fire as we expected.
Wow, I'm liking what I see there. Great defense, digging that ball out from a low position. If they can survive this miscommunication, they will be very happy, and they do.
Yeah, New York Hustlers are putting a press on. There's not a ton of dinks that are happening on their side right now. Oh, what a dig by Schneeman.
The net had other plans for that point, so Wright will serve to Bright. This is going to get rough.
It's a great drive by Dijon.
And a good leave, good communication from Etta Wright.
Yeah, I thought Schneeman slid a little bit too much to her left, got caught. Dijon put a lot of pressure on her there in the middle.
Yeah, I had a funny feeling Anna Bright was not going to wait too long to pull the trigger when Dawson is in front of her.
It's a great play. She's so good at using that two-hand backhand down the line.
Nice work from Dawson handling that ball, keeping it low over the net.
Great defense for the Pioneers.
High level point there, Brandon.
Yeah, what a sequence back and forth. As you see, the Pioneers got backed up. They made their way up to the kitchen line. The Hustlers were backed up as well and just weren't able to complete the transition all the way back to the kitchen. Another great drive by Dawson.
Unbelievable.
Oh, what a point. I mean, that was awesome coverage by Wright in the middle.
And did you see that bait move from Anna Bright? She jigged one way, then went back, hoping that she would attract the ball.
What focus from Dawson to not let that rattle her, right?
Yeah, tough. Rattled me, and I'm just sitting here.
That's great play.
Yeah, great determined attack there from Etta Wright.
You can see early on, it looks like the Pioneers are trying to exploit that middle with that drive from Dawson a little bit cross court, see if they can set up the point.
Some of those finishing moves are fantastic, but it's the defense from Wright and Dawson that is keeping them alive, getting them up to the kitchen line. Beautiful resets in the transition zone.
Awesome combo
work
by Etta Wright there, too. What defense off of the lob by Dawson. Sets up a combo where she, check this out, as she lobs on the backhand shoulder, gets in position, blocks it on the backhand, and ends up coming away with the point.
She shakes her head knowing that the lob might not have been the best option, but she got away with it.
Big drive by Schneemann.
Wow.
Crazy defense here. Oh, just got caught at the end of it.
Huge play from the Seattle Pioneers.
I love the patience that they had. Dawson picking her spots really nicely. The Hustlers had an opportunity to get back in that point. Bright just got caught a little bit on her way back in. It's a good way to mix it up there from Bright. As you can see, she went to down the line on the two-hand backhand, takes the next one, and decides to go cross court. And that sets up the finish on the point.
A relatively routine error there from Wright. She's played some fantastic pickleball. Has it dropped in?
Oh, it looked like a great point by the Hustlers. Pioneers are wondering if that ball actually was in. They look to their bench.
However, the other bencher are trying to reassure them that that ball was out. I don't think they should be allowed to do that.
Anna Bright content with starting the next point here.
Now, the net's got involved again. I tell you, I've been very, very impressed with Lacey Schneemann so far. She's really making herself very long up at the kitchen line, despite her stature, only around that 5'3", 5'4" kind of margin.
Yeah, she's doing a great job leaning in with that forehand. You can see there, she's also got a nice backhand block as well as that ball lands in.
First dink error from Wright.
Yeah, it started out with one early on. I think she'll look to kind of dial it back in here.
There's that two-punch combination we saw earlier on. Does such a good job of holding it down the line and then finishing up with, well, either forehand or backhand.
Yeah, some players have patent combos. I think that's one of hers, where she hits that down the line backhand and slides.
That's the first poaching move from Anna Bright. Doesn't pay off.
Yeah, I do like the aggression as you see the changeover. Seattle Pioneers up 1, 11-10. I like the aggression there by Anna Bright, and I think if they want to get on top of this game, she's going to have to impose her will, as she did there. That just was a little bit over leverage, and Schneemann was not able to reset that ball back in the kitchen. But credit to the Pioneers for continuing to keep pressure on them and make that ball a difficult one.
An incredibly high-level match. It's going to be hard to top this, I think. I mean, the guys are going to have to come out and make something more entertaining than this. That's not easy.
Yeah, it makes it tough when you see, you know, I think we've seen 1 or 2 dink errors in this entire game so far. And it feels so heavy to see them because there's the quality of play, the number of balls in each rally.
Yeah, the sheer power, agility, and ability to reset balls from any location on the court. It's just phenomenal. Great cover in the middle there from Wright. Registered that attack was likely coming to the middle.
I think that's the only place where Bright can get in trouble with that two-hand backhand is speeding up through the middle.
Beautiful.
It's a great play there by Schneemann.
Yeah, she does such a good job of using that back leg to counterbalance along with the other hand. Gives her full stretch advantage, and it looks like she's got plenty of power at that range.
Great dink by Etta Wright. Left the second one high, and I think Schneemann was a little surprised that that ball was as high as it was, and she tried to go down the line and just sprayed it a little wide.
She was still kind of re-establishing herself up in a good position and standing tall. Surprised, as you say, that something at a decent height was upon her. Fantastic, aggressive forehand.
And that's a play I think they need to duplicate more often, where Anna Bright slides a little over to the right, holds that forehand, which freezes Etta Wright on that left side, and then just go through the middle.
Ooh, she took a real risk on that one. She got away with it, but I wouldn't recommend too many more of those.
I think Etta Wright's going back to return this like, do that again.
Yeah,
I'll be ready.
Still, we've got a tied ball game here. Schneemann off the back foot, decides to pull the trigger. I think that needs to be a reset.
I think she was playing such a good point that her confidence was high and she felt like taking a chance. Didn't work out on that one.
Yeah, I think it has trickled on to this point as well. She's really looking to go all in on a lot of those forehands.
Yeah, look for Bright to settle down the pace here.
That's not really her style, settling down the pace. She's more of a all in and see if my opponents can handle my pressure kind of gal. Usually works out.
Yeah, I think that's 3 straight errors for the Hustlers. I'd like to see a timeout if they lose this next point. Great patience.
Until then.
Yeah.
Yeah, as soon as you said patience, someone lost it.
Yeah, I think that's not, again, you mentioned it. For the Hustlers, their natural strategy is to go out there and be all in, right? Take as many chances as possible, bring the fire, bring the pain. In this situation here, being down 4, it really makes sense for them to kind of slow it down and reestablish. It looks like they were trying to do that in that point. Schneemann got a little bit greedy towards the end and decided to flip that backhand.
Yeah, Dawson is doing a good job with the cross-court forehand dinks against Schneemann, and it's applying so much pressure that at the moment Schneemann is pulling the trigger a little early, and Wright has started to get good reads on those, and unfortunately not working out. So you're exactly right. They need to settle down and just do it by the book.
I think the challenge now, too, for the Seattle Pioneers, right, you've got a 4-point lead, you've been patient, but what you don't want to do is be too complacent here, right? You still want to put your foot on the gas. You want to take opportunities as you see them. So I would be expecting to see that from the Pioneers here, and hopefully their bench told them that. Great defense by the Pioneers.
Fantastic work, and the bench is up and ready to fire up the team even further.
Yeah, DeJones just left that one a little high. Schneemann leans in with that back foot up and sprays it through the middle.
It's easy to underestimate the kind of length she's got. You would assume that her height is not going to allow her to get those balls, but she's doing a great job.
And that's maybe one of the first defensive balls we've seen from the baseline that did not make it over. These ladies have been playing awesome high-level pickleball.
That's inspirational stuff. Oh, and Dawson is on fire.
What a two-hand backhand. Watch this as it's set up. Bright comes in, and then she cracks it cross court.
She has thumped that into oblivion. And they're trying to find the ball and check that it still holds the properties of a sphere.
Great defense by the Pioneers here. Oh, great dig by DeJones.
In the end, that sustained attack from the Hustlers was too much.
Yeah, credit to the Hustlers there for continuing to squeeze and put pressure in the same spot. Made it really tough for the Pioneers to get back in position.
Yeah, 4 points the margin. That's a creative play there from Wright. I think the low-hanging fruit was going to be continue the attack towards the Schneemann side, but she thought that Bright might have other plans and try to intercept, so kept her honest on the backhand side. This is game point.
Great defense by Wright, but Schneemann keeps the pressure on, is able to finish the point. As you see here, the first couple blocks by Wright were okay, and then Schneemann says, I think we're done here.
Yeah, look at the height she gets on that.
The drive by Bright, the Pioneers are calling that ball out.
Yeah.
Then John shakes his head saying he's not sure.
Ref, what'd you see?
All right, so the Pioneers are going to challenge their own call. They are calling the ball in.
Let's see if we can't get a little bit of a look.
Yeah, let's take a look here.
And, ooh, that looks like it's, yeah, it looks pretty plumb on the line.
Yeah, that ball looks good from our angle.
Yeah. We don't see the exact moment it touches, but based on that particular view, I imagine that the call is going to be good.
And the Hustlers don't have a lot of time to think about this.
Yeah.
Oh, actually, they have changed the call. So they have called that ball out.
What? Oh.
And it is now 17-20. Hustlers in position to potentially make a comeback here.
I thought that was good. Yeah, the call was good.
Oh, they called it. They did call it good.
Yep.
Oh, apologize.
That's all right, mate. You get one mistake each day.
Dude, you know what? Too hyped up right now.
Look, it's an exciting time to be alive. Was not there. The backhand slice dink from Etta Wright was lovely.
Yeah, a little ambitious there from Anna Bright on that ball.
A little? And that's it. That's all she wrote. The Seattle Pioneers take game one. Dawson and Wright. Too much for Bright and Schneemann. Great matchup.
It's an awesome start to this match. If that's what we're in for the rest of this, stick around and don't go anywhere.
For sure. No, the gentlemen have a tough act to follow. So we're going to turn the mics down for a moment as the gentlemen warm up, and we'll be back with you live in just a few moments.
They won their challenge. They challenged their own out call and it overturned. See what I'm saying? It's a win on the challenge. It's weird when they challenge their own call.
Oh, they would have retained.
They would have retained, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right.
We would have got it right.
We've gone through this before. No, I'm with you.
I think Ben's the only one who's done it. Well, no, Zane's done it.
Had they asked, they were asking. But they just video challenge stuff.
Yeah, but it's weird that they don't. But
Color me.
Imagine that.
Color me. See how bad you think this looks on video. Look at my what's my black shirt. Heads a shit ton of fuzz.
No, the camera won't.
Think so? That damn sweatshirt just buzzed me.
Oh, you know you're on film too.
You're okay. You don't need to be wearing that coat.
I'm like sweating right now, I'm not gonna lie.
It's too hot to be wearing that coat.
I'm sweating my ass off. Thanks, Dad.
Yeah, now you look beautiful again.
Oh, thanks, Dad. That's the whole reason I brought the damn jacket out here. I was like, oh, I'm gonna put my jacket over the top of yours. You okay with that?
Yeah. I've got mine marked.
Oh, I haven't. That's a great idea. I haven't marked mine yet. Well, I have an XL, so. Make sure the shirt's all tucked in. All right, 15 seconds, gentlemen.
Okay. And if they have a blue jacket on, I get their jacket if they don't know the answer, right?
So we're about to get underway here. The Seattle Pioneers men. Ben Johns, the unanimous GOAT of men's pickleball, partnered up with Tyler Lung. They did actually play together relatively recently at a Tuesday night pickleball towards the later stages of last year, and it worked out very nicely. Obviously Lung, the left-hander, he has a counter lefty in Rafa Hewitt, one of the most intense, fiery individuals you'll ever meet. Nicest guy off the court.
Absolutely.
On the court, he is just absolutely electric. Wow, I'm surprised we didn't get a come-on of some kind there. That was fantastic work.
Yeah, a little early even for Rafa Hewitt. Speeds up through the middle. I think Loon wants that ball again. It's on his forehand. Great ATP by Johns.
Yeah, he just has all the patience in the world to get out there, really balance himself over that right leg and play. It looks a little bit like a backhand slice, but has enough purchase on it. I think everyone's just going to rip the thirds today.
Yeah, it was a big serve to start that off by Johns, and I think Lung saw an opportunity to get that to Rafa Hewitt's right shoulder. Fortunately, hit the net.
Yeah, I think it's very rare that Lung has to deal with another backhand slice coming from a lefty on that right side. He'll have to make some good little adaptations, corrections.
Oh, great get by Hewitt. It's good pressure by Johns. And to your point on the backhand dinks, Lung is normally experiencing topspin coming towards him. Now it's backspin. So trying to cut somebody's backspin is a little bit tougher.
Yeah, it's not really the right kind of counter spin, unfortunately. Ah, the old me, you.
What a point. Great defense by the Pioneers and great pressure as they work themselves up to a position, and then Lung just finishes the point.
Yeah, there was a shot in there that really exemplifies one of the things that makes Ben Johns as good as he is. He doesn't just reset the ball, he redirects that reset into a great location. And a foot fault is called on McGuffin.
His right foot.
It could have just been the shadow of the mullet. I don't know. if that's in the kitchen, it's possible.
Yeah, the grease.
Yes.
Great reset by Hewitt.
Yeah. It was mostly self-defense, I think. Scorpion from Lange. Wow. The decoy.
Wow.
The Ernie decoy. We'll call it that. Just a clean miss.
Yeah, just barely misses the Ernie there. Ben John's able to clean it up, and great ending to that point for the Pioneers. I don't like that setup in that formula there for the Hustlers, though.
Yeah, Lange is getting reads on those forehands from McGuffin, left, right, and center. So, yeah, I feel like they might need to sit in the rallies a little bit longer. When you have the king of the Ernie on the other side, especially.
What a shot by McGuffin as Johns pushes that cross-court dink just a little bit too wide. McGuffin anticipates it, waits on it, and puts it in the back corner.
Yeah, beautiful work. He's really developed a fantastic flick of the wrist in recent time.
When we talk strategy, I like that strategy better for the Hustlers, where they're going to go cross-court to Lange. I don't really like the cross-court back and forth to Ben Johns.
No, no one's ever really proven that that's a successful strategy. And overly aggressive from Hewitt exposes the wing on the McGuffin side, and Lange very happy to see that.
First drive was good, second one needed to be a reset, just a little bit too high, and Lange knows what to do with those all day.
And a lot of the evening, I would say. Oh, a rare miss from Johns. It's a ball he loves.
Yeah, he sat on it, but it was a great hold by McGuffin to push that ball wide at the end.
There's a very aggressive return from Johns. That's too good. It's too good. I tell you, the added pressure that it applies to an opponent when you realize that anything dinked towards what is in this case the beta player, Tyler Lange, that's too close to the sideline is going to be earned. It just adds so much to it.
And the second foot fault called on McGuffin here.
They can challenge this if they choose to.
You're right, though. Not a lot of margin there when it comes to dinking back and forth to this Pioneer team. Great routine play there by the Pioneers. Dropped it in the corner. They squeezed. Hewitt sped up the next one, and they completed that.
Oh, well, he made the correction from the previous swoop in backhand volley, and that one just looked beautiful.
That right there is an extremely high-level shot to be able to change that spin and put top spin on that ball.
Oh, that's great work from Hewitt. Just a different kind of spin, different look. Johns was doing a good job handling the attempts from McGuffin, but I think the added top spin that the Hewitt left hand can put on the ball is more than enough.
Yeah, and that's the strategy I want to see more from the Hustlers, where they attack Lange on that left shoulder and see if they can get him jammed up.
Just 1 point the margin now. So they'll get the switch, 11-9 to the Seattle Pioneers.
Yeah, if you notice the small subtlety on that last point, Ben Johns actually was more on the right side than he's been the entire game. That tells me that he's deciding to get a little bit more aggressive here and is not a fan of this game being this close.
Hedda, you okay? Switching up?
Yeah, I mean, he has a lot of trust in Tyler Lange. He knows he doesn't need to overplay. Lange has handled a lot of the attacks from McGuffin so far very well. Right now, the onus is on McGuffin and Hewitt to make the changes. And I think just a little bit of added patience, trying to get into that pattern that you mentioned earlier, the Rafa Hewitt versus Tyler Lange backhand to backhand slice cross-court dink. If they can convince them to get into that kind of routine, I think there's a winning possibility there.
Yeah, we talked about it before that changeover. Ben John's getting a little more aggressive. They're just slightly over leveraged. I like the way the Hustlers have been playing so far. They just need to keep it up.
And right now the wind is with the Pioneers, so any overdose of enthusiasm could easily send a ball too far, and they've leveled the scores.
Yeah, and the energy meter right now for the Hustlers is starting to increase.
Go.
The difficult part, of course, is when you do realize you and your partner need more energy, for that not to immediately translate in just a more aggressive play from areas of the court where you certainly shouldn't be.
Yeah, somewhat of a drug, right?
I think Hewitt had a great chance to continue the cross-court exchange with Lange there, and he elected to try to go to the backhand side of Ben Johns, and that backhand is legendary. ATP opportunity.
Oh, great defense by
Another
Johns.
Oh. That's big, and the first chest pump.
Yeah, what a play there by the Hustlers, and credit to Hewitt for not attempting the double ATP, and hits the second backhand cross court.
Yeah, way to curb your enthusiasm there, Rafa. Oh. And if that one escapes the arena, someone's going to get hit.
Yeah, and if you follow Tyler Lange on social media, you'll see that on every one of his posts.
Has he got it?
Oh, he just missed it there. Looks like 6 inches long.
Johns was moving off to his left. The space might have been available, but it was not to be. So 15-12, the Pioneers.
It's a great misdirect speed up by Johns, and it was a setup ball towards McGuffin. He got that one back, but they were able to finish it off just after.
That's big, and that has inspired a timeout from the Hustlers. Good ATP. Not the most venomous, but Ben was there to handle the defense.
I think Tyler Lange is saying that, hey, I know you're going to come to me over and over on this backhand side, and you want to get into these dink rallies. I'm able to hit ATPs if you get a little bit over leverage or push this ball too wide. I wonder if the New York City Hustlers are going to rethink that strategy at this point.
Yeah, trying to pick the right poison for them is a difficult thing. So much firepower on the other side.
Yeah, I'd like to see Hewitt stay in there instead of going around that ball to his forehand. See if he can flip a ball out of the air.
Such a good rip from Tyler Lange. I think McGuffin, he called out, but I don't know if that one was sailing long.
That ball had a little side spin on it, tricked up Hewitt a little.
That's a ball that just has to drop. It was certainly high enough, and right now the difference is some of those faster exchanges. Lange and Johns are just doing a better job of finishing off that last ball. If Johns overplays, even he can get in trouble. So good lesson.
He's used to seeing a backhand right there, and now he's got a left hand in Hewitt that was right on top of that backhand flip.
McGuffin tried to put his hand in there, and I think it just disrupted Hewitt a little bit.
Yeah, great decision by Lange to not earning that ball and let it bounce.
We have a game point here, folks. This to go 2 games up. Well, they saved one.
You don't often see that, as Ben Johns went all the way to the right side and stayed, and Lange switched positions. The double Ernie by Lange. The triple Ernie.
Can we get one more for luck?
Oh, and then finishes it off the net. Hewitt not happy about that one. The net giveth and take it away, Morgan. Isn't that
true.
it?
Yeah. The pickleball gods seem to be in the favor of the Pioneers. So 20-14 is the score. Oh, that was polite.
Threw off Lange just a little bit, didn't it?
I'm sure he couldn't believe what was happening.
And that's why rally scoring, makes it tough. I think McGuffin decided to put 60% on that ball.
Hewitt electing for 100, and well, it turns out 60 was better. Great defense from McGuffin.
Oh, great ball. Good ATP by Johns. Hewitt defends it, and Lange finishes the point.
What a point to finish on. That was a masterclass of precision pickleball. Well played, Ben Johns and Tyler Lange. I tell you, they put in the hard work. They had a disciplined approach. Yes, they drove a handful of third balls, often just to set themselves up. And it just seemed like the Hustlers were on the back foot most of the match there. They were the ones defending, unable to really dictate play so well.
And it makes it effortless when you have the best player in all of pickleball on your side, and Ben Johns. And so you saw how he was able to dictate the pace in that game. For the Hustlers, they've got to clean up a few of those mistakes there to end up getting this game a little bit closer. But they're not out of it, right? They're down 0-2. They've got a chance to get back into this match. They need to put their best mixed lineup on the court right now and see what they can do to build momentum.
Yeah, for sure. However, unfortunately for them, the Pioneers did win the toss, and they elected to play as the home team, which means that the Hustlers are going to be choosing their lineup first, and the Pioneers then get to counter that. So it's a good extra advantage. So we'll see very shortly who's going to be on the court. Looks like it's McGuffin and Bright. I think that is going to be their A team. And, well, Etta Wright, I'd be surprised if she's going to play in the mixed with Dawson. But we'll find out shortly. We're going to take a momentary break as you watch this wonderful warm-up. You can learn a lot from a warm-up, can't you, Brandon?
Absolutely.
All right, we're back shortly, guys. Morgan Evans here with Brandon Insikbong.
Have a lineup yet?
Seattle, we got Tyler and Megan going for Seattle, and Tyson going for the.
Okay, so for Seattle, who do you have? You got Tyler and Megan.
I'm sure I spelled her name wrong, so don't judge me for that. There's an H. That's all I know. So I'm just gonna have to apologize to you.
We got Anna.
How very smart of you. Do you have like 15 just for Tyson alone? All right. All right, folks, you got about a minute.
We're back with the Seattle Pioneers 2 games up. If they can seal this first mixed doubles match, then they will take the day from the Hustlers.
Interesting strategy by the Pioneers as they put their secondary mixed doubles team out on the court right now against the New York Hustlers' #1 mixed team. What do you think the thought is here?
Well, I mean, obviously, Dawson and Lange, they know each other's games very well, both Utahns. And I think they know that it's going to allow Dawson to always play on the left. And she's got such a good drive. I think Tyler Lange was going to be able to get in there and really cause some trouble. And I think he likes his matchup when he's heads up with McGuffin. He had success in the previous match. That one was sailing a decent margin out, but Dawson
still getting her bearings, right?
Yeah.
Sat that last game.
She played a fantastic women's doubles game, though.
Yeah, she corrected the vision pretty quickly. That ball was maybe an inch out versus the first one being a few feet.
For sure. Put her contacts in, and she's ready to go.
What a ball by Dawson.
Amazing stuff.
How about that for getting dialed in fast?
That's what great players do. They make a mistake. They don't usually make the same mistake twice.
Big drive from Lange. And noticeably on his drive, he's got side spin on it, right? So you think it's coming towards one area, and it's moving on you.
Yeah, the one thing it's not doing, though, is dropping down into the court at any real pace. So it is something that is different from a lot of drives. Yeah, we heard a me, 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 and a me.
Great finish by Lange. He makes his way more and more to the left side, and then once he gets an up ball, he's familiar with what to do with that.
Yeah, so active with the legs, counterbalancing well. We saw a lot of that from Lacey Schneemann. And it's often something that you see from players with a very, very high power to weight ratio. But they recognize that if they put so much force into something, they better have something to counter to stay behind that kitchen line.
The Hustlers seemingly wanted to change their strategy there. They had a lot of balls to Dijon. McGuffin thought he had an opportunity, pushed that a little bit deep.
They are cooking with gas. Who is this woman?
We know from the women's game, that's the one spot you do not want to leave up when it comes to Dijon, is that backhand.
McGuffin did a good job cramping up Lange as he came forward.
Great patience by the Hustler. Lange got a little bit greedy as he moved through the transition area. Yeah, that ball just a few inches wide there.
And the Ron Ponder was close to the line. He might be able to have a good look. Tyler Lange actually made the call. Dawson did not.
Both teams conferring with their bench to see what the correct call is. They have landed on that ball being out. 7-3 Pioneers.
Hey, good pun. I don't know if you knew that. Well done.
It's effortless over here.
It's just effortless, thanks.
I love that drive there by McGuffin. And that is a 50% ball. Dijon was expecting it to be high in that strike zone.
Yeah. And that's the benefit of possessing a lot of topspin on your forehand drive. You get to be able to attack some things that are well below the net height.
With the lob, great defense. Oh, what a reset by Dijon.
Good patient play. Oh, that one looked relatively routine for him, but amazing work from the Pioneers to stay alive. Good sustained attack from the Hustlers. And that's given them the ball back. 6-7 is the score. Starting to find her rhythm.
That was awesome play by Bright as she was able to settle in with the dink rally, chose to change it up and go down the line to Dijon, and was ready for multiple counters before finally finishing the point. And that's the one spot I don't want to see McGuffin driving to too high, is that backhand towards Dijon.
Yeah, she's got such a good ability to control that ball while she's in full flight. That was an out ball. Well, in fairness, 2 out balls were hit. I don't think they deserve to win that point.
Worked out in their favor as the Hustlers tie it up at 8-8.
And that net gets involved, and with so much pace on the Anna Bright forehand, just enough to send the ball long.
Ooh. There was a great reset in the middle of that by Anna Bright. Lange anticipated a higher ball. It wasn't there, and then became out of position.
So tied ball game, 9-9. Fantastic combination attack. Double forehands from Dawson.
What an awesome bait ball. She threw the bait ball up. Anna Bright hit that one, and then she was able to finalize that point.
Yeah,
nice forehand.
Surprising kind of initial attack. Nice work. Big backhand sets up McGuffin for an even bigger forehand.
Yeah, anytime you attack that low, you got to understand that ball's coming up higher to your opponent. Great finish by McGuffin.
She apologizes for the mishit, but she will take it as we tend to.
I like the initial drive by McGuffin. It was low. I think he just didn't anticipate DeJohn hitting a short shot right after. It's a little bit late to get that ball.
Yeah, for sure. It's something I see a lot of players at a recreational level, a mistake they so often make is they, when they're getting a drive upon them, their mindset is keep the opponents back. And it's often the way in which they do that is actually hitting the ball at a relatively high margin above the net. But obviously at the professional level, that opens them up to be exposed for a poach, and also if that person who has driven the ball is actually moving through the drive, by the time it reaches them, it can be waist height or above, and that makes just margin above the net the name of the game. Just keep the ball low. It doesn't have to be deep, because chances are where you think they're going to be and where they're actually going to be are very different.
It's a great point, Morgan. Yeah, didn't get on top of that ball as much as he wanted to. Tried to get some topspin and curl that into the baseline.
Yeah, I don't think they need to be pushing the panic button just yet, but we're not a million miles away.
You hate to see one error turn into two.
Unless you're the Pioneers right now.
Loon calls that ball in.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. He's nice.
It's a great shot by McGuffin. Not a lot of space to do it with.
Yeah, he keeps trying to test that two-handed backhand of Dawson. I tell you, the player she was a year ago is not the player she is today.
He's got to drop that ball in the bucket.
Very nice rolling cross-court dink from Bright.
Lung has been pretty good on those exchanges in this game.
Oh, and it just floats long. So 13-14.
Ernie by Loom, great defense. I love that speed up by Bright.
Yeah, it was a different looking attack, rewarded with some high balls. McGuffin more than up to the task to finish that one. Long tested her one too many times.
Yeah, that last ball was just a little bit too high. I think he thought DeJohn was going to be there to cover, left a gap.
Just needs to make that easy reset. I mean, it might look easy on camera. It's certainly not easy, but that's one of the difference makers.
What a ball by McGuffin as he is actually sliding to his left. and then flips this ball through the middle.
Yeah, he caught both players moving to their sidelines to try to protect against a potentially very good dink, and there was space available in the middle. Oh, that was an ATP opportunity. That's so good from Tyler Long. You talked a little bit earlier about how his drives have that kind of side spin. It's because he's sliding the paddle off across the ball so well, and he does it with so many of those volley attacks, and it was catching Anna Bright in an awkward location.
Both teams probing here. And the Hustlers find an opening right at that exact moment.
I tell you, just how quickly Anna Bright moves into position, it's fantastic.
It's awesome anticipation.
Yeah, we often talk about foot speed and how important it is, but you can exchange great anticipation for foot speed.
We talk about not wanting McGuffin to drive to DeJones to and backhand, but as he moves it to the left, he's got a Tyler Long forehand there as well.
Oh, miscommunication, and it costs them.
I think that ball had a little more speed on it than McGuffin was anticipating.
Right here, come on.
Just 2 points away now. That ball just didn't come up. Long not happy with possibly the ball or the court, who knows? What a dink from Anna Bright.
It's a great third in there, and it had so much topspin. It just caught Long in a tough position. McGuffin with the opportunity for him, routine transition backhand. That ball sails long. Great pressure by McGuffin and the Hustlers there. A 20-19 lead to get them back in this match.
Yeah, and the official cheerleader, Rafa Hewitt, just doing a great job. Let's just see how much discipline they are prepared to use. Found the right ball. McGuffin stabs that backhand, ricocheting off the paddle of Long, and that keeps them alive in the game.
Awesome game there for the Hustlers as they were down early. They put it together to keep this match alive, and now we're going to see the #1 mixed team for the Seattle Pioneers with Ben Johns and Etta Wright against the New York Hustlers' second mixed team. It's going to be interesting here.
Yeah, look, Rafa Hewitt and Lacey Schneeman, they can play free, you know, and no one's expecting them to beat Ben and Etta. It's possible. It's definitely possible. When you've got someone like Rafa Hewitt on the team in a rally scoring game, 1-15, the kind of fire, when he catches heat, it could be. You never know. The smart money is obviously typically on Ben Johns with, well, almost anyone.
Yeah, I guess it depends on which team's betting, right? What for the New York Hustlers, the first 3 to 4 points are extremely important for them. I think they've got to settle in early, see if they can build up some type of momentum and possibly a lead. You do not want to get behind in this type of matchup. What makes Ben Johns, especially in mixed doubles, so great is that when you start pressing, he's able to find holes, and then he's inching his way closer to winning the game. You've got to be able to play sound, your game, so you don't want to play into his hands.
For sure. And there's always a second gear. There's always a third gear. And it's difficult if you haven't played a lot against him to figure out just where he's at. You might be losing and think he's in, fifth gear already, but he might still be in first. And when you raise your level, well, he raises it 2 or 3-fold. And that is a difficult proposition for any team.
We also talked about how energy is extremely important in this MLP format. For Rafa Hewitt and Lacey Schneemann, they are not going to be lacking that energy, and especially the team on their bench as well. They're going to need to show that here. Every ounce that they can provide to squeeze out, fight, and grind for these points, just like McGuffin and Anna-Bright were able to do to keep them alive in this matchup, they need to do that here.
Yeah, an inspired performance from McGuffin and Bright. Yeah, I think Ben Johns and Etta Wright, the styles and their kind of their emotional state on the court in general, I think complement each other very well. Ben so often, just keeps a pretty stoic face. And well, the flip side of that is going to be Rafa Hewitt. And Lacey Schneemann, she has shown a great control of the ball and great shot selections for the most part. There was a couple of moments in the women's game where she got a little over-aggressive and paid the price.
And let's think about what strategies potentially can work, right? We're in the commentator booth. We're not actually playing. Easy to talk about it from this side. I think for Rafa Hewitt and Lacey Schneemann, they are obviously going to want to squeeze on Etta Wright as much as possible and feed as many balls there. The challenge for Schneemann going up against Ben Johns on the other side is to make sure that she's not taking opportunities that aren't actually there, right? You can see a ball that maybe is high enough that could work on another player. A lot of times it's playing into what Ben wants you to do.
For
right?
sure.
So she's got to be careful there. But also I think what they can add in is throw some lobs in there, right?
Yeah.
Find as many ATPs as possible. Take some chances early to see if you can build some momentum and change up the style of this matchup.
Yeah, and we'll see pretty early on just how much of the court Rafa Hewitt is going to try to take. If he gets the sense that their only chance is for him to play lights out, go guns blazing, serve big, go after every third, try to crash himself, I'm hoping he will allow Schneemann plenty of time to settle in, because there's always a moment where your opponents start to get in tune with the rhythm, and they find a way to either keep you honest, close to your sideline, or get to the girl. And if you have spent the majority of the match overplaying and trying to take so many balls, then your girl's not warm. She's not hot. She's cold, and when you need her down the stretch, it's not going to help. So hopefully Rafa Hewitt and Schneemann can play. We typically don't see a lot of 50-50, mixed doubles in professional level, and we'll definitely see Ben taking upwards of 70-80% of the court, and I think Etta Wright will be fine with that.
And for both teams, losing on the court physically is one thing, but what you don't want is your opponent to be beating you mentally. So you want to make sure you stay in there. I think they should be relying on the bench as much as possible to keep them sound and focused. We're in for a great matchup here.
This crowd is going crazy already. The atmosphere in MLP is just unlike anything else. Wow, we are in for fireworks.
We talked about it. Etta Wright's going to see a lot of balls. She just saw 9 back-to-back right there.
Ooh, a little unlucky.
Yeah, a little tough. It hits the net. Hewitt actually points to right and tells Schneemann, go down the line with that ball.
And that ball just wide, so Schneemann, disregarding the the coaching from Hewitt, decides to go over to Johns again.
I think Johns wasn't even sure if that ball was out and just got caught. Great reset by Hewitt. Hustler's probably okay with that play as they funneled most of the balls into the middle section, which is Hewitt's forehand and Schneemann's forehand as well.
Well, I think that attack from right was sitting up high enough regardless.
3-2.
Great return from Johns.
Schneemann trying to alleviate her own pressure, just going cross court, but I think she has to really embrace the the down the line dinking with right. Great take from Hewitt. One thing we haven't seen from Etta Wright is a lot of ernies. So I think Schneemann has to test whether or not that's a skill set that she really owns. She's relatively new to the game. It's often one of the last pieces of the puzzle to come in.
It's a great drive to set up that play by Hewitt. He looked over and saw Ben and decided to put that ball a little bit lower than he should. Ends up clipping the net.
Yeah, definitely got one of the best drives in the game. Schneemann has learned her lesson, it appears. Oh, no, she hasn't. And the opposing team assuring Ben Johns it's not worth a challenge.
Yeah.
It was definitely a...
She took a chance on that cross court. He flipped that one and wasn't able to get the second one in.
I really think that the bench should be on the other side so you can actually get a view of the ball, whether or not it should be in or out.
Got a good point there.
Yeah, I mean... Are you going to trust your enemy on your line calls? Yeah, it just looked like Hewitt was a little more concerned about his balance than the shot itself.
Yeah, Ben Johns actually shocked that he missed that ball.
So 6-5. Oh, this is when Ben gets loose.
Yeah, starting to wind up a lot here.
Yeah, it has this effect of kind of freezing opponents, and it's a wonderful way to deceive in both direction and intention. Has he got it? Yeah, looks like it.
And that's the setup that Johns would hope for. The previous play, he put pressure on Schneemann in the corner, forced her to go cross court. He flips that ball at Hewitt.
Oh, just got tangled up a little bit.
Great play there by the Hustlers.
So 6-8.
6-8.
Ben Johns almost taking out Etta right there.
Yeah, you see how much work Etta Wright had to do to make that a forehand return of serve, and that cost her a lot of time and space getting up to the kitchen. Ben Johns able to cover.
What a reset by Johns. Schneemann with the finish. Great play all around. Hewitt even to keep that ball in an aggressive fashion. Look at this play here.
Yeah, really exploring the full width of the court was Hewitt.
What a return by Johns.
And a Hewitt in full flight is not an easy thing to be able to then drop a ball. looked like she was moving away from the ball there, sliding to her right. Pun intended.
It's a great drive by Hewitt. Schneemann saw an opportunity. I think Hewitt would have rather let that ball go through to reset another, keep the point alive.
It is one of the most difficult things, and if you have darted across the court, a ball is there that you can contact, and you realize just at the moment prior to contact, it's probably not something I should attack. If you pull out of that, your partner often isn't ready for, you know, to field that backup shot.
And while it may not look like much, those shots, you know, those kind of decisions are often the difference between winning and losing at this type of level. See the New York Hustlers down 3 here. They're not out of it. In the previous mixed match, they were down at the changeover, ended up coming out on top. Let's see if they can do the same thing here.
Yeah, they have a little bit of breeze against them, so Hewitt is going to have license to really get after those third shot drives, even more so than he already has, which seems hard to believe. Schneemann up to the task, handling that first attack from Johns nicely.
Both teams like that setup. I think Wright would want to see that ball again. Great job by the Hustlers.
Johns, the shot he hit was not ideal, and Hewitt was there to really capitalize, but his hands are just so good. You know, he gets himself out of off-balance positions and handles counter punches so well. Again, Johns is finding his third gear.
Yeah, he's starting to put his imprint squarely on this game right now.
Johns just trying to take so many balls that that last one, Etta Wright, felt like it was certainly going to be hers.
Got jammed up a little bit.
Yep.
You notice that she faded to her left. Johns was expecting her to fade right.
And that ball just careening through the commentary booth here. Someone back there will hopefully get it.
That ball had a lot of pace on it. Look, I attempted to catch it, just made a business move, decided not to. You know, I need my hands for the rest of the day.
Look, you do. Well, I don't really know. You need your voice box, and you're going to have to eat at some point. But so, still a smart move. And I expect to see you out in professional pickleball in the not-too-distant future.
Absolutely.
You know, I'll miss you, obviously, but you know, the game needs you, bud. Oh, fantastic hands from Wright.
Yeah, listen, great hands by Wright, but also she did fade to her left side again. She got away with it, but I think what Johns wants her to do is fade right on that type of ball. And she does it there, if you notice, right? Yeah. She faded right. She hit a two-hand backhand on each of those. That's the play that Johns is accustomed to, normally playing with Colin Johns in men's doubles and winning countless PPA titles.
Yeah, and with every, you know, great mixed partner that he's had, he's often have to play that kind of role where it is, you know, it looks like now around about 90% of the court. I remember a long time ago doing a podcast with Simone Jardim. At the time, they had created a dynasty. They were basically unbeaten for years. And one of the questions she so often gets, and one of the listeners wanted to find out, is how, you know, how does she feel about the fact that he often looks like he's just playing men's singles out there? And she said quite categorically, before I'd even finished the question, I love it. It's great for me. It helps me preserve my body for women's doubles and for singles, and it's a business out there.
Great dodge by Wright.
Oh,
that
yes.
ball just a few inches deep.
Yeah, Schneemann went back cross-court again and again, and then just over the right shoulder.
That's why you stretch before matches, so you can get down like that.
Sometimes you got to get low.
And there's the play to the tee.
Yeah, it's beautiful, and they got Hewitt to cramp middle just enough, and then got the ball behind him. For him as a lefty to his backhand side, very tricky. So now only 3 points away. Etta Wright there right when Johns needs her.
I am extremely impressed with the coachability of Etta Wright. We saw her moving to the wrong direction early on. Now she's starting to fade seamlessly in this strategy for the Pioneers.
Yeah, it's a very new experience for a lot of players. Schneemann able to block the ball from hitting one of the audience members here, but unable to keep it in. So 20-10, this is game and match point for the Seattle Pioneers. That ball sails long, so it's the Pioneers taking this matchup over the New York Hustlers. Well fought, all 4 matches, intense, highest level of pickleball I've seen in a long time. And one of the most remarkable things about that is these are players that don't typically play together. You know, we're used to seeing how well Ben plays with Annalie Waters, for example. But this new team, that's one of the things that makes MLP so exciting, doesn't it?
Yeah, it speaks to the progress of MLP. These players have been spending multiple times together. They've flown to different cities to train, to practice. They've communicated in group chats. They've got coaches, and you're seeing the product of that in this environment today, where it looks like they're seamlessly playing the style that they want to.
Yeah, beautiful work. I'm Morgan Evans. This is Brandon Insingpong. God, it hasn't rolled off the tongue just yet. I'm gonna get it. Insingpong. It's you know.
We've got more time.
We've got more time together.
So you're
exactly.
Okay, you know?
Yeah. Just give me 7 or 8 more repetitions. Yeah, it's just practice. We will be back at 3 o'clock for the next matchup. That is going to be one of the semifinals of the Challenger Series. You're not going to want to miss that one. And then we will finish up the day with another wonderful match from the Premier level. So we will be back in about half an hour. Do not go anywhere, folks. Or maybe go over to Championship Court. That's pretty good. All right, we'll see you soon. Eva Radiskowska and Rachel Summers. Followed by that, we will have Ben Newell and Hunter Johnson taking on Pablo Tellez and Christian Alshon. This is for a spot in a final, so it means a lot to these players, doesn't it?
A lot of pressure on both teams. If they do not win this match, they're obviously going to have to go home. And I think most of them will want to get to this championship round on Sunday.
Most of them?
Yeah.
You think there's some that aren't?
That's a good point, right? So we'll see what happens. I think, you know, whichever team can settle in early is definitely going to be a key factor. We always know that the women's matchup a lot of times dictates what happens for the rest of the time. And I'm sure they're probably telling both of their women's teams, start out fast, start out hot, play loose, and we can take it, you know, from there.
Yeah, I think the feeling out process is something whereby you're looking to figure out where you need to return to, where you want to hit your third shots, if you should be driving the thirds or dropping the third balls. When you are up the kitchen line, who are you going to focus on? Those kinds of questions, if you can answer those in the first 3 or 4 points, you've got a really good chance for success.
Good point. You typically don't want the filling out process to end when you're down 8-1, right, or 10-2.
Yeah.
You want to do that as soon as possible. Take a few risks. Try to implant your strategy on the other team.
So, Summers and Radzikowska. I apologize, mispronounced her name early on. It's one of the trickier ones. We did talk about it.
We'll get some practice here, though.
We will. Of course, sitting alongside me is none other than Brandon Insingpong.
Happy to be here alongside greatness, one of the absolute top voices in all of pickleball, Morgan Evans. And I will say, you're a top 5 Australian pickleball player that I've ever met.
Well, that's just fantastic. And, you know, I just love a backhanded compliment as much as the next guy. So you're on thin ice, my man. No, I'm joking. It's been an absolute pleasure. We will have, obviously, this match will take us through. The following will begin at 5 p.m. Standard Time, sorry, Mountain Time. I always get mixed up going from California to Arizona, but at the moment, it's a 1 hour time difference. The last matchup will be the Frisco Clean Cause versus the Florida Smash. It's going to be exciting.
That'll be a great matchup.
So it'll be Trifunovic and Buckner serving to begin with.
Trifunovic, previously known as Christine McGrath, been around the pro pickleball scene for quite some time, has had a lot of success. It's great to see her out here on this stage.
Yeah. Yeah, alongside Sarah Ansbury, they won a lot of tournaments, US Open champions.
Are you just a camera media person? Okay. All right. Ron, we're ready? Ready?
All right, players are ready, referees are ready, commentators. Well, that's questionable, but we'll do our best.
Early error there by Summers. I like the initial point, though. It seems like these ladies have warmed up quite enough.
That ball looked wide, but Trifunovic, I'm not sure if she's called it. No.
She did the right thing by playing that ball, just forgot to actually call it out. That would be the first play. First point. Great backhand drive by Summers.
Yeah.
Tried to double it up.
It really looks good. She's got a kind of a fairly unique style with that two-handed backhand. You see a lot of the women in pickleball and in professional tennis with a two-arm bent elbow technique. She has a much more straight arm technique, kind of more akin to Andrea Agassi.
They come on top of that hands battle there. That's a great third shot by Summers.
Yeah, I would love to see Radzikowska starting to cover a little bit more middle and put that extra pressure on Trifunovic.
3-2.
Great play by Buckner there. What a ball by Summers.
Very sneaky. She held that for long enough. Trifunovic didn't see it coming.
Yeah, not entirely familiar with her game. I'm getting a first-hand look at it now. This is awesome. That dropped just a little bit high. Radzikowska was not able to reset that back in the kitchen.
4-3.
There was a little bit of confusion on who should take that last ball, but the taller player, Radzikowska, took it in the end. Well played.
4-4.
And that ball a little bit wide. Summers, she had a good look at it. We had a good look at it. We've got a good vantage point.
Yeah, it looked
here.
just a few inches wide there.
Yeah.
Buckner not happy with the call.
5-4.
Well, that's the tricky part of rally scoring. When you miss that drive, typically you're like, well, you know, didn't lose any points, not a problem.
I love that play by
Wow.
Buckner.
Yeah, that is a beautiful two-handed backhand as well. Great power, great accuracy, catching Summers on the way through.
She held it to the last point and forced Summers to make just a slight movement left, which gave her an opportunity to jam her up. Great ATP by Buckner.
Yeah, she held it long enough. The net really helped her there. But great patience.
Underrated
we all know
skill
that is
too.
really one of the keys to ATPs. I was just going to say, someone needs to drop this ball very short. Don't worry about trying to keep them back and gamble with the power game.
That was beautiful by Radzikowska. Another great third by Summers.
Scrambled well.
Good slice overhead by Trifunovic.
She locked and loaded, had a great look at 2 or 3 backhands there. And I'm really liking the happy feet of Radzikowska. You see how active she is. You don't often get that from the taller players.
It takes staying on your toes to another level. Keeps her lively.
Buckner swooping in, huge forehand, cramps up Radzikowska.
From what we've seen so far, Buckner bringing the power and being very active on that left side. It's working out well.
Oh. Yeah, she got out of the way of that ball so quickly, gave herself plenty of room to create leverage with that big two-handed backhand.
7-9.
just missed that one.
Summers did everything to set that up nicely. Just pushed the finish a little bit too deep.
10-7.
Well, it was there. Certainly looked like it was a doable shot, inches away.
Whether it's a drive into the net, third shot drop into the net, it all costs you a point here, rally scoring. Another great drop by Summers.
And then just one a little bit high. I think that one's on you, Brandon.
Hey, look, she's playing the percentages. She pressed her luck a little bit on the last one. It became a little bit too high. Atlanta Bouncers take an 11-8 lead going into the changeover.
Yeah, it is. It's a tricky kind of formula. You've got to weigh up for yourself the height you give your third shot drops. On the one side, if you give yourself plenty of margin above the net and you land it well, you're also giving yourself massive amounts of time. You can give yourself all the time you need possibly to get there up to the kitchen line in one go. However, if you go a little too high and a little too far, that's an easy volley for your opponents. And the players who have good step back fourth ball attacking options can really just let that higher bouncing ball come in, pivot backwards nicely, wait for that ball to get to an apex, and then fire a bullet. Some of these girls can hit it so hard.
And some of the best players in our game today they won't go to the same spot multiple times. You saw Summers try to go 3 times with that same drop, maybe moving it left or right would have increased her chances.
Ball called wide, so they get an extra point after the switch. It always fills a team with a lot of extra security if you can get that first point when you've changed ends, because you're never quite sure if there was a side advantage that was helping you get that switch.
Great recovery by Buckner.
Aggressive from Buckner, and the Summers two-handed backhand is more than up to the task.
Summers threw out a small bait ball there. Buckner decided to hit it, and it played right into Summers' hands.
Ooh.
And that ball stays in. Listen, everybody likes Summers, but I'm not sure the Atlanta Bouncers do right now.
I'm more of a spring guy myself. Summers are 125 in the desert. Actually, winter. I'm switching to winter.
Great ball by Buckner.
Well, Summers is getting away with it, but she's hit the same attack through the middle on 3 occasions now, and she was lucky that Trifunovic and Buckner had a little bit of confusion over the counterpunch.
Got to be careful with those bait balls.
So for the listeners at home, explain what you mean by a bait ball?
Absolutely. So a bait ball would be you putting a ball that's a little bit higher than normal, wanting your opponent to attack that so that you can counter.
Yeah, much like in boxing, when you throw the first punch, that's the moment you're actually exposed. And if you can get your opponent to throw something perhaps a little bit off balance that they weren't expecting, then your counterpunch can be even more effective.
Great offense there by Atlanta Bouncers. And yeah, let's add in and talk about when's the best time to have a bait ball. If your opponent's in the transition area and you're at the kitchen line, it's going to be harder for them to get the correct amount of power on that ball.
Yeah, I've always been a fan of giving it to the backhand side, hoping that they launch an attack with their backhand, not often as powerful as the forehand.
What a shot by Summers.
That's adorable.
She sets it up as if she's going to put this ball away, and she does, just differently.
13, 14.
Yeah, I think the Flying Frenchman would be proud. Jay Devilliers. Yeah, I don't think that was bait. I think that one was just too high.
Yeah, that one's a little too high. Usually when it works out, the player will say it was a bait ball.
Yeah. That's a big two-hander. I think going and exploring the width of the court on one of those occasions would have really helped out. She went down the middle time and time again.
Good time for the Atlanta Bouncers to regroup here, as that was a point that they feel, they had leverage the entire time. They wanted to win it. Maybe utilizing, to your point, more angles, possibly a drop shot in that instance would have helped out. The last thing you want to do is have an error while your opponents are at the baseline and you're at the kitchen line.
Yeah, one of the battles in pickleball is figuring out what your opponents like least, and hoping that your skill set is able to pick on that. It's not always easy. And I think a lot of the players out there, they lean on their power game so often. It's great to see some of the ladies here explore that touch option when the players are pinned on the baseline. And the temptation is just to keep driving, knowing you've probably got a bit of margin above the net. But the defense of these ladies is so good that they're often finding a way up. One of those little short drop volleys really comes in handy. We've seen Summers do it well.
It's all about keeping your opponent off balance.
15, 14.
Oh, look at that.
Wow.
Eva Ratzikowska. Wow.
Big backhand down the line. Watch here. She stays back and says, look, I can just put this in that little margin spot.
Yeah, if you can be that inch perfect, well, all power to you. Just overhit that one. Unfortunately, Buckner, great rally.
I have to say, I am thoroughly impressed with the IQ of Summers to let that ball go, to use a one-hand backhand and a two-hand backhand respectively. Awesome stuff.
Oh, tough reset.
Yeah, she had a chance.
Yeah, Trifunovic did a good job of getting that one down.
15, 17.
Oh, that's a great drop. That ball, well, it was a very late and subdued out call.
I know. She called it out after you had already hit it. That's a late out call, and I won't honor it.
Okay, yeah. The out call is not going to be honored. Trifunovic had played the ball and then sort of muttered the words out, potentially. It was more of a hopeful.
It's the second time we've seen that with Trifunovic on a late out call.
And Buckner, just so much margin above the net. Didn't need to be that precise.
Sometimes when your opponents have such good defense, it can force you to get out of character at the kitchen line.
So the bounce is just 2 points away now. And make that one.
Yeah, Bay Area Breakers with a chance to win this game here, up 20-15. And they do it. What a game by Summers and Radzikowska. Awesome high-level stuff. They take a 1-0 lead in this matchup.
Yeah, I saw a good improvement in their level. They started well, but they finished even better. I really feel like they're complementing each other's games. And they've got good sort of collective dimensions to a large extent. Radzikowska, one of the tallest players on the tour. Summers, shorter, but very, very active out there, and really did a great job of resetting when she needed to and using a full array of shots. Some creative options there that always worked out for her. So they've set the tone very well for the gentlemen to get involved. We're going to take a quick break. I'll be back shortly. You can watch the warm-up here. It's always fun watching the guys warm up. Morgan Evans alongside Brandon Insekpong. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
MLP site is wrong also. Okay, we're going to get it right now. Awesome, thank you. I appreciate it. Got it. You can sit. You don't have to stand. You can sit. Thank you. As long as you've got your scoreboard, then you can just chill. Because I want all the refs to just kind of have their own spot, just kind of stay at like second ref, stay over there, tracking ref, just stay in your spot. Okay.
We're back at the Rockin' Protein Pickleball Center in Bellbank Park, Mesa, Arizona. This is the second match. The gentlemen are about to strut their stuff. It'll be Christian Alshon and Pablo Tellez versus Ben Newell and Hunter Johnson.
We're going to see some heat in this matchup. Typically on female matchups, you'll see a lot of heavy hitting from the transition area. You're not going to see a ton of dinks the way the game is going. But in this men's matchup, you've got 4 very good singles players, and they are not afraid to speed up balls in the transition area, move, position themselves in the best place to get an advantage on their opponent.
Yeah, I think Christian Alshon will like his chances when it comes to driving thirds, serving big. He has got an incredible singles game. A stern look, I'll be honest, very stern. He is the self-proclaimed king of the tweeners, and we were trying to get an over and under on when the first tweener will come out earlier on, and I think we settled on about 6 points.
Yeah, an over-under on the amount of tweeners in this game. I'm going to say 2. You taking that?
Well, no, as in how many points will go before he does it. Well, that was quite good, wasn't it?
Good start to this game.
But 2, yeah, I think 2. That sounds about right.
It was a great slide left by Alshon after that speed up by Newell.
That ball just catching inside the line from Johnson.
We weren't kidding when we said minimal dinks in this matchup. Hasn't been one yet.
Yeah. For most of these players, dinks are a necessary evil sometimes. But if they can avoid it, they will. Well, they almost had to hit one, and then luckily someone made a bad decision pretty quickly, and it became a classic firefight.
2-1.
Yeah, pickleball, especially on the pro side, is multifaceted, but I think this game is a good microcosm of where it's headed. Fast pace, lots of speed ups.
Oh, you were right. Yeah, I think you. Look at the hands of Tellez. Yeah, we should be gambling on how many dink rallies we'll actually have.
We've already got one tweener.
2-3.
Great defense and a high lob.
This is high. Oh, and not high enough to do the overhead. And the net gets involved for the win. That's unfortunate for Newell. He's got such fast hands.
Yeah, Newell threw a lob up. I think it clipped a cloud. And then Alshon puts it away.
This is Arizona. They don't believe in clouds. Oh, Alshon. The shape on that volley from below the net height. I mean, he had margin to spare.
It will be interesting to see which team pivots from their strategy of hit everything you see.
Yeah, I think the general strategy for both teams is shock and awe.
Alshon with an opportunity for a dink, elects not to, right on cue. They're still up 5-3. What a dig by Johnson.
Another prime opportunity to drop a ball gently, and was passed up nicely.
I like that speed up there by Newell because as he's backing up, it was more deceptive than some of the other ones. Caught Tellez off guard.
And there was a quick bye-bye. Ooh.
We've got our first chatter. A little controversy here as Alshon does not appreciate Newell saying bye-bye before he hit that ball.
Yeah, that's fair. I see that. I think the point was a foregone conclusion regardless, but still, rules are rules, and we have them in place for a reason. Otherwise, well, what separates us from the animals?
We talk about the mental portion of the game. An error there from Alshon after the controversy. Let's see if he can settle it in here.
Good leave. Oh, and an added second or two of a look from Pablo Tellez. And Tellez is just one of the nicest guys out there. He's just an absolute sweetheart. But on the court, he can be a tiger.
It's getting dicey.
Just missed that one wide. Hunter Johnson, he is of course the brother of Yates Johnson.
7-6.
2 straight errors there by Johnson as Alshon stares him down.
Yeah. I mean, Alshon scares me, to be honest. He walks like the Terminator. That's what gets me. Johnson flicking that backhand. He was looking for the left shoulder of Alshon. That's a risky shot, but very high level.
Speaks to the development of Johnson. He didn't have that shot 5 months ago. Has it now.
Oh, Tellez tried to be cute.
Kind of tough when you haven't really dinked or dropped, you know, in this entire game. Newell with an awesome reset from the baseline.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know Tellez is in fact Enrique Iglesias. And he likes to play to that.
Johnson with his first third shot drive, a little bit low there.
9-8.
Alshon is getting fired up.
Yells 4 or 5 times at Newell.
That's a great looking drive from Tellez. Alshon and Tellez collectively just have so much shape on the ball. They are comfortable ripping it from low positions, knowing that the kind of topspin they're able to get on there is more than enough to give them a little bit of margin above the net. Very impressive work.
Listen, no team likes another team to force them to change their strategy. There's a bit of pride involved there, right? You come in with what you think is going to help you win the game. But I think at this point for Atlanta Bouncers, they've got to maybe make the decision to slow this pace down. Let's get into the kitchen. Let's see if we can get Johnson to have that backhand flip that worked a few points ago, and see if we can crawl our way back into this game.
Yeah, so often it is the team that dictates the style of play that is the winning team. And if you can force your opponents to play the one that they don't want, well, it doesn't matter that they might have, you know, third shot drives that go at the speed of sound. That was the first drop for a little while, and understandably it wasn't great.
It's a great ball by Johnson. Take that out of the air, put it at Alshon's feet.
Oh, wow. Newell, he had everything he needed there. Did such a good job digging up that first one.
If you look at the point construction, they actually wanted to slow that point down. Newell had an opportunity, just missed it. Right on cue. It looks like during that changeover for the Atlanta Bouncers, their team communicated, hey, let's slow this thing down, and they're starting to do that here. Let's see if it continues to work.
The problem is they are going to have to be very, very precise in the transition area to be able to effectively do that, because these returns are typically coming with real depth. So they're going to have to play at least one shot in the transition area. And if their skill set isn't up to the task of dropping that ball, you know, delicately enough to actually get up there and force their opponents into some dink exchanges, then unfortunately it's not going to work.
Listen,
it takes 4 to tango in this situation.
I completely agree with you.
13.
Oh, he's missed it. And there was an all day from Johnson.
Diaz went for the highlight reel. The only thing he missed was hitting that ball in.
Arguably the most important thing in the whole process. Yeah, so we talked about it, that land of opportunity, or no man's land, as some people call it.
And what's hard is they haven't been dropping all game, and so now trying to switch to that, the margins are very slim.
Yeah, no one's kind of in tune with the soft game at the moment, so switching to it now is a tricky thing for both teams. That is a big forehand ricocheting off the net, tagging Alshon.
Newell with his second drive that hits the net. He throws his hand up. I think he's just saying hi to Alshon.
That's exactly what he's doing. So it's a tied ball game, 14 apiece.
Great drive by Newell.
Look, I guess they're going with what's functional, and the power game is what they know.
15, 14.
Well, it is subtle that they are taking maybe 10-20% off of those drives now. As you can see here on a backhand drive down the line by Johnson, you know, the first half of this game, he was hitting that 100. Now he's hitting at 65.
I think Tellez didn't think it was going over. He barely moved a muscle.
That's pretty hard to do.
Well, Newell, he got a couple of great ones in previous points, so perhaps he's allowed to make one mistake.
Great reset by Tellez. Yeah, that's the style that I think the Atlanta Bouncers are going to do well in, as they're up here 17-15. Maybe best for Newell to try to drop that ball in the kitchen. Easier said than done, as Christian Alshon is one of the best at earning that left side.
Oh, he's left it and it stayed in. It had so much height above the net, but again, it speaks to the kind of spin that these players are able to get on the ball, and that wonderful Selkirk paddle that Pablo Tellez is using.
Crazy shape.
Oh, has he got it? Don't tell me. Oh, so close.
What an effort by Newell.
Yeah, I think if there's a little more space, he may have slid kind of into home base and had a crack at it.
He might need new shoes after that slide. Barely misses it on the left side. As Bay Area breakers, I like the mental aspect where they compose themselves after being down 2 points, and now they take a 1-point lead, which forced the Bouncers to take a timeout.
It is a high-paced affair here, no doubt about it. And, well, you're just seeing a masterclass in stroke production from the baseline, really. Whether or not the shot selection could be different, it's regardless how well they can strike the ball and how much margin, again, we talked about it, above the net they're able to now clear and still expect that ball to come in. It's just, it's amazing where the game is at right now. I'm trying to think of what it's going to be like in a few years.
I think for the Atlanta Bouncers, they've got to make a decision. Are we going to commit to playing a softer game, or are we going to stay with our hard-hitting style? For the Bay Area breakers, they're not changing. They're going out swinging.
18, 17.
The drop shot Ernie by Johnson.
Alshon overly aggressive on that short one. I think if Johnson and Newell can just keep some of the balls down the middle when they do have to cool it off, as opposed to flirt with too much of the sidelines and risk the Ernie, that'll work well.
That ball just in.
Yeah. And Johnson swooping in so quickly with a low two-handed backhand that catches Tellez in the chest.
A little ambitious, but if you can hit somebody in the chest, you're going to get the point every time.
Yeah, I think everybody's been hit by now.
Great defense.
Oh, it was so good. Newell, the shoulder was going to pop out eventually.
He was in survival mode the entire time, took an opportunity, maybe should have waited for the next ball.
Alshon committed to the Ernie, and they just need one more point.
The double Ernie by Christian Alshon. They take a 20-19 lead.
And it looked like Alshon was looking for a drive slice on the backhand side. They're very rare.
Indecisive, left it high. Newell puts it cross court, and we're at 19-20. Both teams are frozen.
Wow.
What a ball by Johnson.
Unbelievable stuff. It's just occurred to me, this is a Challenger Series event.
These are high-level pickleball players right now, as Johnson could have done multiple things with that ball, slices it cross court, and Alshon could not catch up to it, which is saying something.
Yeah, it really is. Amazing. Well, probably should have stuck with the drive. He hit a couple of great drives. What I'm not seeing, though, from Johnson is any disconnection forward, applying some pressure to that first volley and or second volley from Tellez. Would love to see him do that. All right, so 20 apiece, and now it's the breakers. Excuse me, the bouncers that have a chance to get close to clinching.
Great dink by Tellez.
Newell getting across the body of the cross-court player.
And it was subtle, but Johnson did what you said. Newell was at the baseline. Johnson created pressure up at the transition area.
This is for the match.
What
That's
a finish
Wow.
by the bouncers. As Johnson reset a ball here where Newell didn't even turn around. You talk about trust in your partner.
Yeah, I thought there was no way that ball was coming back. No one predicted it. But we go into the mixed, one apiece. Incredible stuff. High-paced affair. We'll see what the lineups look like. We'll be right back after just a few minutes. We'll let them gather. We need to gather ourselves. The heart is pounding over here. We'll be right back in just a few moments, guys. Mixed doubles just about to get underway. The breakers are playing the bouncers. And the first matchup here is going to be Brooke Buckner and Ben Newell versus Pablo Tellez and Eva Radzikowska. This one means a lot. This is a semi-final in the Challenger Series.
1-1. Both teams looking for a W here to create momentum down the stretch.
And the lefties find themselves cross-court from each other once again.
Newell misfires on that first forehand drive, clips the net.
And a rip from well behind the baseline from Tellez. Had enough spin on it to catch Newell.
Great start right now from the breakers.
3-0, quick lead.
3-0.
Ball catching the net, giving Newell a little bit of time to deal with it. Does well.
Great job staying composed, as those can be difficult once a ball hits the net.
1-3.
Another drive that clips the net for the bouncers. This time it's Buckner, and that ball just sails a little bit long. She's wondering and talking to her bench to see if that hit the hair of Radzikowska.
Radzikowska.
Another great drive by Tellez. Back and forth cross-court dinking here. Both men looking for an opportunity. Tellez sees one, flips the ball in on the baseline with enough topspin.
Yeah, and that was a tough one to reach into. That was all the way over there. Not an easy ball. Tellez making it look easy.
Might make me purchase that 002 paddle from Selkirk.
You might as well. Hey,
wow.
just get two or three, just in case. Tellez, he had a measured approach to that overhead. He recognized that there was a deer in the headlights look from Buckner. Didn't want to do any real damage, but obviously didn't want the ball coming back.
I love the way he's controlling the tempo in this matchup so far.
Yeah, and that tempo is high-paced.
Radzikowska continues it as well.
Yeah, it is Metallica in the late 80s kind of tempo.
Before my time, but I'll look it up.
Really? Oh. Well, I feel like I'm giving away my age now. I am, of course, 25.
Tellez comes over on that one. You saw he was able to get a winner off of it before. This time it didn't work out. I think he'll continue with that strategy, though. The lob by Newell. Great reset by Buckner, as Newell thought he saw an opportunity, but Radzikowska hit such a beautiful dink, it just dipped right in front of him.
Yeah, it's great work, the two-handed backhand. The ball just being fed to the commentary booth for some reason. But one of our producers able to field the ball nicely. Well played.
Yeah, if you need us, we're here. Another drop by Newell.
Oh, he had the look, just like that previous one, Radzikowska's doing a great job in these cross-court exchanges. I don't think Tellers needs to get too far involved or worried that she can't handle it. Buckner's doing a good job of leaning in there, taking a lot of balls out of the air. Reminds me a little bit of Sarah Ansbury, actually. She does a great job of holding more middle central ground and really stealing some time by taking those balls out of the air.
It's the challenge with mixed doubles, the line between doing enough and doing too much. And you see it has worked for the Bay Area Breakers so far to this point, but they've got to be careful to not over-leverage themselves in those situations.
And Buckner sends that ball just a little bit long. So 10-4, healthy lead.
Big serve from Tellez. I love that play from Radzikowska. She hasn't gone down the line the entire game. She's been solid going cross court. I don't even believe she's missed a dink. This time she took an opportunity to go at Newell, and it paid off.
Yeah, she's playing lights out right now. And it's just so good to see some of these newer players coming to the main stage like Major League Pickleball and really performing well.
She almost sprinted to the sideline after that. You think she's ready to go for this changeover?
I think she might be ready.
What adjustments do you think Newell and Buckner should make as they're down 7 here to get back in this game?
Well, look, I do think it might be time for them to drop 1 or 2 thirds, you know, something. Newell has a choice, and he loves to lean on his power. But at the moment, the volleys from the other team are up to the task. They're being able to apply enough pressure, and they're getting the ball back time and time again. And Tellez, his third shot drives at the moment are doing enough damage, and they're giving themselves options up at the kitchen line. That's good work from Buckner. Did a really good job of defending herself.
Yeah, that's impressive. She could have panicked because Tellez was barreling down on her, but stayed her ground. Oh. What a ball by Radzikowska.
Unbelievable. And she had kind of a, can you believe he tried to do that to me? Look.
She's like, I hit this 100 times 30 seconds ago.
Well, I like the move. Yeah, he's had success, well, right now 33% of the time. But I think he's ready to jump up to 50.
Yeah, I think he should probably stay a little bit more to the right side right now as Radzikowska is on fire.
That was a different ball. I don't think anyone expected it to be popped up at that kind of height.
Yeah, it speaks to keeping your opponents off balance. Buckner hasn't seen that ball from Radzikowska this entire time. Wow. I mean, we may need to clip this footage and put it for clinics all across the world on how to have a two-hand backhand roll dink.
Yeah, it is a thing of beauty, really. And there's just so much spin. It's hard for Ben Newell to really get a lot of purchase on the ball. He has quite a similar game in terms of style, technique, and grip as Pablo Tellez. Tellez just has a little more range.
Yeah, and as the Bay Area Breakers are up 15-7, I'd like to see, Tellez maybe allow Radzikowska to take more of the balls here, as she has just been on fire.
Ooh, just missed. The bench assures her that was actually long. But at the moment, the team of Buckner and Newell do seem to be targeting Radzikowska on the return of serve. So she's getting her opportunities to hit the third shot drops or drives, most of the time drives.
Oh, great dink by Newell. Good recovery by Tellez. And Radzikowska again with a backhand right where she likes it and jams up Newell.
Yeah, he was still recovering back to a decent position.
She is the star of this game so far.
Yeah. We have obviously had a side switch from Newell and Buckner. The lefty on the left-hand side now heads up with Tellez.
Oh, that ball just creeps over. Tellez tries to pull it over. Unfortunately, that's not part of pickleball, is it?
Well, you got to ask Kyle Yates that. He was legendarily good at getting the ball over, and then assuring the referee it's totally fine.
That may be on memes of pickleball soon.
Just off the back foot. Tough to drop those ones sometimes.
The challenge in rally scoring here is Buckner and Newell are trying to make their way back. You've got to play clean pickleball. If not, you're giving your opponent more points.
Yeah, and at the moment, high risk is what they know. And when it works, it's great. But it does kind of rely on your opponents having some real weaknesses in those reflex volleys, those first punch volleys. And Tellez and Radskowska. Or the look away from Newell.
And when you're down by, this much as they're down 9, you can see Atlanta Bouncers are trying to make things happen, which forced Newell to speed that ball up. Didn't work out.
Great work from Tellez again, putting his hand in there. Oh, I knew he was going to get to that 50-50 mark.
20, 10.
Still time left.
That's true. It's the first miss in a long time from Radskowska.
I think everyone watching is shocked. We haven't seen that from her this entire game. Luckily, they've got some margin here with a 9-point lead.
11, 20.
Radskowska just kind of moved her head out of the way there.
Yeah, she hung in there long enough, and then Tellez said, I think I know what to do with this one.
Yeah, he gets a lot of power from a short distance, so no real danger.
So we've got a necessary timeout here from the Bouncers. Morgan, at what point, as they're down 9, do they start thinking about, we just got to create some momentum for the next game, knowing that this game is looking a little bit tough for us to come out on top?
Yeah, at the moment, you want to have that it's never over till it's over attitude. And I think you need to prove to your opponents that no matter what it takes, they're going to need to play one more ball again and again and again, because these teams are going to be together for a while. This is the first leg of the season, and I think you want to make sure that if you do meet them in the future, that they remember it was tough. It was tough, and I think there's a mental win there just for staying solid and strong. Oh, he got over the 50% mark.
Great finish by Tellez as he dialed it back a little bit to finish that point. Radskowska set it up nicely. Bay Area Breakers take a 2-1 lead. It's a great point that you made, Morgan, that this is the first iteration of this season's from MLP. And so these teams have to look at the longevity portion of it, right? And so how does this play out next month, 2 events later, to build team chemistry?
Exactly right. We're going to have Alshon and Summers now up against Trifunovic and Johnson. We will take just a quick break here in the commentary booth as the players warm up. Please do not go anywhere. Enjoy the show.
What city are the Bouncers?
Atlanta. The Bouncers, Christine and Hunter. No, you just haven't looked at your scoreboard yet. Oh. Yeah, I was like, oh. This is version 7.
The worst ever.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna drink my Koop. You touched the bed a little bit, Ron.
It's all right. I like it. Oh, that makes some mistakes.
Hey.
What? Oh, yeah.
1 minute.
Well, it's been nice, Laura. I gotta go.
We're back, ladies and gentlemen, here at the Rockin' Protein Pickleball Center at Bellbank Park, Mesa, Arizona. We're getting into the second mixed doubles now. The Breakers have taken a 2-1 lead after Teles and Radzikowska took the first of the mixed doubles matches. Trifunovic is going to be serving to begin with for the Bouncers.
We are in for a treat.
Time in. 0-0.
Oh. Johnson with, it's a great combo from the baseline, as that first one he sped up probably was out, so Summers thought the next one would be too. He took some pace off, landed 3 feet in.
Yeah, good adjustment. Oh, look at that.
A ball by Johnson.
Side saddle. Let's take a look at that one again. This is, believe it or not, much tougher than the tweener.
Have you ever hit a forehand by turning the opposite direction?
I'm not sure I've hit a forehand in the correct direction. Well, Johnson was there waiting and got a paddle on it.
Alshon with great pressure and a little bit of a stare down there early.
2-1.
Yeah, he enjoys the gamesmanship.
Great drop by Summers.
And she is up to the task. I think the moment that Alshon really trusts that Summers can take care of business on that forehand side, then he's going to be able to stay home a little longer and will reduce the chance that Trifunovic could potentially get him down the line.
We haven't seen much of that today, as Summers has been pretty good with that two-hand backhand.
2-3.
Wow. Great ball by Trifunovic to...
Yeah.
She caused Alshon to overstretch here on this last ball.
Yeah, that's the one. He's off balance, overreaching, and burnt down the line.
3-3.
That ball was just a little wide. That's the most aggressive serve we've seen of the day.
Yeah, don't normally see players go for that ace down the line.
Yeah, especially
Johnson
with
went for it.
rally scoring.
Yeah.
4-3.
Someone probably should explain the math. She's found it. However, Alshon and Summers are calling it wide. I think we'll get a challenge here.
Yeah, from our vantage point, that ball looked a few inches wide. Alshon with the speed up to Trifunovic. She slid, but the ball just sailed a little bit. We're going to get a challenge call by the Atlanta Bouncers, so we'll find out for sure what happened. Let's take a look.
Let's have a little look-see. Oh, it's one of those ones where the ball. Okay, that looks like it's that looks to be.
I think that's
just off the ground at that moment, but I think when it lands, it's still going to be deemed in.
Could this be a situation where they say the call stands, right? On the court, it was called out. They take a look at the replay, or do you think this is one they should say it's conclusive?
Yeah, I think if there's any ambiguity, they need to give the benefit of the doubt. And the ball's called in. Okay, so they seemed sure of it. Well done, refs.
Yeah, great job to our referee crew. We've got Ron Ponder and Courtney Johnson here. Two of the best.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Absolute pros.
All right, time in. 4-4.
4-4 is the score. We'll update that on the scoreboard. And Johnson, another assurance that this will happen all day.
That speaks to the growth in his pickleball game, where he hit 2 60% drives at different angles.
Yeah, he's just got so much control over the speed, the spin, and direction of these drives that they need to do whatever it takes to get the return over to Trifunovic. That's a good start. All right, and it pays off well. So I think that's going to be the key to victory for the Bay Area Breakers.
Yeah, Johnson isn't a player that typically poaches as much to intercept the ball. He likes to stay at the baseline unless he's the one that creates.
Such a good drop.
What ATP defense by Johnson.
It was a wonderful ATP. That would have been enough for me to say highlight real stuff, but wow. Johnson up to the task.
7-5.
Good leave from Alshon, spreading his wings to assure the out call.
6-7.
That's not his best drive.
Those ones you can't afford, especially driving to Trifunovic, where at least he feels he can get the 5th shot. You want to give yourself more margin on that type of ball. Wow,
he's got it.
What a play by Johnson. I like this entire point construction by him. As he went to Summers, he expected Summers to go cross court. He hit that ball to Alshon's left side and then forced the earning.
The man is playing lights out right now. Oh, so sorry. I mean, he hasn't tried to drop a ball, you know, since I think mid-yesterday.
Good news is he can't hear you from here, so.
Well, you say that. A lot of them wear earpieces. No, they don't. No, that used to be legal though, and luckily they outlawed it last year. Quick shout out to some team owners. In particular, I'm a fan of the Bouncers, mostly because it's beer. Anheuser-Busch. Well, I just love your work. Everything you do to make me seem better looking. Just love it. On the flip side, the Bay Area Breakers. Jeremy Lin, Mimi Mercado, David Mercado, Jeff Wynn, Stacy Nishi, Jeff Nishi, Whaley Louie, and Kathleen Louie, the proud owners of the Bay Area Breakers.
out in California there. As you see, Johnson just missed a drive on the point before. Now he misses a short volley. I wonder if he's cooling off a little bit.
Maybe. I mean, he had a run that was just on fire. Alshon, yeah, he has every right to drop his paddle there. He knows the shot selection. Rachel Summers is hitting some wonderful third shot drops. Alshon needs to disconnect much earlier and challenge Trifunovic to try to burn him down the line. I mean, he is incredibly fast. He's got a massive backhand. He can handle that, and he can force her to try to play the lowest percentage shot. He's a little passive in that opening stage, and then overly aggressive in the next 2 or 3, the 7th and the 9th, when he does get a look at something. He's good, but no one's that good. Well, maybe Ben is, but yeah.
Well, look, the other thing that happens is from a mental aspect, if you take low percentage chances, you're actually telling your partner without saying it that I don't trust you.
Yeah,
right? I don't want to keep more balls in play because I don't know what's going to happen. So he's got to refrain from doing things like that to keep Summer's spirits high so they can come back in this game.
Yeah. Give her the trust that she deserves. She's played very well. That will let her settle in.
All right, players, time in. 11-9.
Great serve by Johnson.
Trifunovic with a big two-handed backhand clamping the middle. Well played.
Showing her stuff here. That was a great play by Trifunovic.
And Alshon, he's in his own head right now.
Trifunovic got so many back that Alshon decided to go a different area. I mean, nothing says I respect your defense more than I'm going to your partner. Oh, what a drive.
That's a good leave. So certainly not over yet, but all the momentum is with the bouncers right now.
10-13.
So that's a little bit of extra pressure from Alshon there, really taking a central position. And I think it'll help them even more if they start being a little more aggressive on the serve so that the returns can't be so directed easily to Summers. Oh, interesting.
Forehand from the backhand side by Alshon. Bay Area feels like they've got a strategy right now. They're going to go cross-court to Trifunovic. They're going to have Alshon squeeze all the way to the middle and really just dare her to go down the line.
12-13.
See, that's a ball I think Alshon needs to take.
That's a great play by Johnson.
Yeah, if he's not comfortable coming that far over in either dropping or driving, then I think there's a lot of options left on the table.
There's some area of opportunity on the backside of Christian Alshon right now.
Oh, smooth work from Johnson.
Yeah, great play to keep his composure. So he hit the net on that first volley, drops this one, forces the lob, and then puts it away.
Yeah, right now he's just found a better compromise in terms of controlled aggression and not flat out rage. The stronger work from Alshon.
Yeah, those were better decisions. He didn't hit each of those balls as hard, and then he rolled one to Johnson, forced a tough recovery ball.
Oh, Summers was there, but the around the post opportunity I don't think quite existed.
Yeah, tough to hit that ball as you're running forward and it's running wide. Good defense from the bouncers. Alshon with the Ernie. Summers to clean it up.
Yeah, great work from Summers to get into a good position, use that big two-handed backhand, and not just go straight through the middle, find the outside of Johnson. They're still in it, 14-16. He's got to make that.
That's the ball we're talking about when we mention, you know, low percentage, high risk shot. I think it'd be Christian Alshon to be better off dropping that ball, keeping the point in play.
If Johnson gets away with this, it's a high-level play. And he did.
Chris Alshon with the fake paddle break as Johnson is putting a ton of pressure. He cooled off in the middle portion of this game, but he is starting to heat back up and forces a timeout from the Bay Area breakers.
Yeah, it's a fantastic level from Johnson and Trifunovic, excuse me. You know, she's done a good job of dropping these third balls when the return does get close to her, and Johnson is getting up there at early positions, and he's not just losing his cool because he has one chance to make the change. And you know, Alshon, he's gotten a little bit better in the last handful of points, but early on we did see him kind of let his enthusiasm get the better of him and try to really take over with one or two big shots. And unfortunately, when your opponents are as good as these two, you don't get away with that.
If you're able to cover the court really well, which all of these players on the court, especially Johnson and Alshon, who are namely great at singles, can do, there's no need to rush things when you get up in the transition area and at the kitchen, because you're always in a position where you can recover.
So, 3 points away now. Well, make that 2.
19-14, the bouncers. We may be headed for a dream breaker here. Great drive by Johnson.
And Johnson trying his luck at some Alshon-like decisions.
Yeah, and listen, he's been playing well. When you play mixed doubles, if you're not having a couple opportunities where you go too far, you're probably not giving it your all. Alshon again attempting to go with that inside-out forehand.
And they hadn't frozen yet, so that is a point and a chance to win this game and take it to a dream breaker. I'm glad she got back into position so quickly, but that ball was certainly too low to really have a good stab at.
Yeah, she knew it was coming, just put a little too much pace on that, on the counter. Wow, what a get by Alshon. And Summers with the delicate winner. Johnson let that ball go thinking it would be 2 to 3 inches long. Incorrect with the topspin that she put on that ball.
Yeah, she's attempted a few of those kinds of shots. Luckily, she's found her range now.
Haven't seen a lot of that from Trifunovic. Ball that bounces and speeding up cross court towards Summer, it worked out for them.
Yeah, and I think because it hasn't happened much, it was tough for Summers to be ready for that one. So, another chance to clinch the game here. And a good leave. He traverses the kitchen so quickly, much like Johnson himself.
You can see there Alshon taking less chances at the kitchen line and playing the percentages. Some great resets by Summers. Just too much pressure, Johnson. A lot of topspin there. I think there was a ball on that right side that Alshon may have thought was a little bit wide. Had to play it. It ends up in the favor of Atlanta Bouncers.
That's it, folks. They take it to the Dream Breaker. And that's the first one we've had together here. This is exciting.
This is the first one. I'm excited for it, and this has been a great battle so far up until this point. Really impressed by the Atlanta Bouncers in that matchup. They needed to win it to keep their team alive. They did. They played sound, consistent pickleball, and they've got an opportunity to make their way into Championship Sunday.
Amazing stuff. So we will shut the mics down for just a moment as the players get ready for their singles. They will be choosing their lineup, and it was going to be exciting. I'm on the edge of my seat. I may even stand up for this, folks. I'll be back shortly. Don't go away.
That back end to win it. That's so good.
All right. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good.
Someone asking? Yeah. Diet Coke?
There's a water. Do you want a Diet Coke? There's one in there. Can you get him a Diet Coke? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Just hold it. Thank you so much. Well, they each get a minute.
This could be a long process.
They've chosen 100.
Okay, we're going Christian next.
They chose Ben.
Okay, and now we're going.
However, our guy,
All right, 1 minute. Sorry, we're last. Okay, so I've got Pablo, Christian, Rachel, the Breakers.
Thanks so much.
Finally, a dream breaker for myself and my co-pilot here, Brandon Insekpong. We've got Hunter Johnson taking on Pablo Tellez.
Let's see whose dreams will be broken, right?
You never know. I think next year they could call it Heartbreak.
Ooh, the Heartbreak crowd. A lot of advertisement things you got to change,
sure.
right? Signage, marketing, costly.
For sure. But if you have one that's close to Valentine's Day, or how about this? If a girl beats a guy on the final point, it goes instant heartbreaker.
Interesting. Johnson versus Tellez to start this off. Johnson, one of the top singles players in the country, scrapes the ground and says, all right, I'm ready to go. 1-0.
Tellez, no stranger to the singles court himself. So 1-1.
And as a lefty, poses a little bit of difficulty for righties. Whoa! What a ball by Pablo Tellez.
That was unbelievable. On the run, back foot, drifting off the court, thread the needle, and there's no replay. Okay, we will have a word to production about that.
Wow, no replay needed because he does it again. This time stays in his same position, in and out forehand. Johnson thought it was out. That ball stays in. It's that 0-2 paddle.
Very well could be. So 3-1 to the breakers. Alshon dropping. He dropped the third, even though Newell didn't come in. I think he was surprised that there was no follow-up. Newell tagging Alshon.
Pumps his chest. Still a 4-2 lead by the breakers.
That's a great rep. He held it long enough. I was convinced he was going to go down the line. I think Alshon thought perhaps as well.
That ball had a lot of bite to it. Wow.
Missed it.
Newell talking, said good night as he hit that backhand cross court. Alshon was there to recover, and then Newell misses the next ball. The breakers are not happy about this right now, communicating with Courtney Johnson, our referee.
Yeah, with any luck, we'll stop just short of fisticuffs, but you just never know in this crazy game. Oh, they're playing tennis.
Yeah, you see a lot of female pro singles players electing not to come up to the net. So some great ground strokes by Ratzikowska.
Yeah. She obviously knows her way around the tennis court very well.
Buckner on the run.
Yeah, and Ratzikowska doing a wonderful job of just playing controlled positional pickleball when she's got good position up at the kitchen line.
Buckner again elects to stay back. Ratzikowska makes it to the net. Now controlling the point, keeping Buckner on the run.
Yeah, she's just moving her around beautifully. Fantastic work. from Eva Radzikowska. So Trifunovic, she's got some work to do here to help keep her team alive.
Summers bouncing up and down. Looks real comfortable out here right now as they have a 9-4 lead.
Both players staying back again. I think Trifunovic is going to have to change things up a little bit, possibly chip and charge, come in and force Summers to play a more tricky shot, and she does.
Oh, missed an opportunity there for Trifunovic. It did hit the net, but I think she had an opportunity to at least make that ball playable and force Summers to come up.
100%. It's a routine ball, so they'll swap sides, but 11-4 already the margin.
And after that little drama or debacle with Newell talking during the point, the Bouncers have not won a point since. Bay Area Breakers have went on a nice run here. See if the Bouncers can recover. Trifunovic makes her way in. What a ball by Summers.
Yeah, that's hero work right there. She's got the speed to get around that ball and draw it back cross court. And I think Trifunovic really thought it was either going to be middle or potentially line. And the crowd is chanting Pablo.
Couldn't connect on that first drive. Kept it really close to the net there.
So Johnson with some work to do. Great return from Pablo Diaz. He was there, ready and waited. He picked his spot beautifully.
Good job by Tejas, as you see here, to hold that position and force Johnson to go with the harder shot, which would be the cross-court ball.
No.
What a shot by Tejas!
Who is this man?
The crowd goes wild on that point. Take a look at this. Johnson with a great drop shot and Tejas backhand.
Oh.
A dink winner?
I mean, it was so low. It was so low to the ground.
We call that a 2-for-1. Tejas hit such a good shot on the play before, and Johnson missing this return. Bay Area Breakers up 15-5 as Christian Alshon comes up against Ben Newell.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure alleviated from Alshon. And it was due. It was unnecessary, certainly.
I think he planned to hit that before he showed up today.
Well,
gotta be careful here.
Yeah, he needs to. Alshon needs to settle down, play some percentage stuff. Don't worry about looking good right now. Worry about the W.
That's 3 straight points there for Newell. Look for a yell or maybe him to get fired up if he goes 4 in a row here against Christian Alshon.
Yeah, something about good night seems to be happening a lot. Okay, so a good innings from the Bouncers. Certainly not out of the woods though. Radzikowska really had her way with it in the first time these two met.
Wow, I like that play by Buckner. It's a subtle change. Last time these two met, Buckner was staying at the baseline. This time she's making her way up to the kitchen.
Yeah, look, it's important to give your opponent small targets whenever you really can. That would be a good one to come in on.
Yeah, electing to stay back on this point. It works out, but not a fan of that strategy after the previous point. She got easily by making her way in. Sakowska comes in.
Yeah, she found the opportunity first. I think Buckner missed 1 or 2 chances to potentially drive down the line and then move in on the ball.
17-10.
So they'll split 2 apiece there.
That goes to your point, Morgan. When your opponent's coming to the net in singles, it forces smaller margin on your shot, which makes it incredibly harder.
Yeah, just applying that spatial pressure.
Summers and Trifunovic electing to stay back in this rally.
Well, and it worked out for Trifunovic on this occasion. Possibly watching a lot of the Australian Open going on right now.
Can you fault him?
Just missed it. Summers just having the better depth on that occasion, keeping the ball nice and deep, plenty of top spin on the ball and that forehand especially. And that ball will float wide. 1 point is the margin. Sorry, 1 point away from victory.
20-11.
Trifunovic fighting to stay alive. Summers hits the net, and with that, the Bay Area Breakers take this matchup and punch their ticket to Championship Sunday here at MLP. Great effort from both teams, Morgan.
Yeah, it really was a hard-fought battle, ups and downs. You see everyone, yeah, they're still friends no matter what happens on the court. A couple of calls here and there. The spirit of the game lives on throughout. Fantastic. So we will be seeing them on Sunday. For now, we will take a quick break. We've got a matchup coming at 5 o'clock Arizona time. Do not go anywhere. That'll be with the Premier level as well. So looking forward to that one. Do not go away for that. We'll have the New York Hustlers versus the Florida Smash.
Oh, it's going to be a great matchup there. We saw the New York Hustlers earlier today.
Sorry, forgive me. Frisco Clean Cause.
Clean Cause.
Yes, the Clean Cause versus Florida Smash. That'll be coming up in around about 20 minutes. So we expect to see you back here. I'm Morgan Evans alongside Brandon Insectbong. We'll see you shortly. Take it easy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Morgan Evans alongside Brandon and Sikbong, and we are privileged to watch another Premier level matchup, this one between the Florida Smash and the Frisco Clean Cores. That means Georgia Johnson, Jesse Irvin, Travis Rettenmeyer, and Colin Johns are going to take on Lena Padigameta, Jana Grechkina, Matt Wright, and Zane Navratil. Brandon, what can we expect, mate?
We can expect both teams playing fierce competitive pickleball. These are really all players that have been having some success in this past year. You've got Matt Wright, who no shortage of medals on his side. Jesse Irvine, a bunch as well. Then you've got Georgia Johnson, who for a while people were saying up and coming. Well, she's here now. No more of that. She is a star in our game. Also, Lena Padigameta and Jana Grechkina, they're going to bring some fire. So it's going to be an exciting matchup. And we can't forget Mr. Zane Navratil, the creator of the spin serve that got outlawed.
Whoa, hang on. Did you just say that?
Alongside Morgan Evans, who...
Hang on, whoa. Okay, all right. I do apologize to the listeners. My co-pilot here just completely misspoke. He was like 3 years after mine.
That is true. I didn't expect you to take the bait there, but you did. It's an emotional thing. I get it. Listen.
Look, it's too soon, all right?
It is too soon.
It's too soon for me emotionally. I don't sleep at night. They took my serve away. They took his a year ago.
Not only did they take it away, but then they credit it to him when it was there, and I know that hurts.
No, they didn't. No, he was always nice about it. He developed the Zane, the chainsaw. Yeah, of course. That was just the easiest way to do it. But the original and the best was mine. And now it's gone. And I think everyone, if you could just send in $5 to help me get over this travesty, well, that would just be lovely.
Yeah, maybe they'll throw your Venmo on the screen and just send it direct or something like that, right? Anyway, we've got a great first game here between Jesse Irvine, Georgia Johnson against Jana Grechkina and Lena Padigameta. You've got, Jesse Irvine is so solid when it comes to playing pickleball, especially on that right side. What can we expect from Florida Smash females here?
Yes, no, the smash, well, as you said, the consistency of Jesse Irvin, when she's on the right-hand side, and based on how they're warming up here, they will have her on the right. She can stay in those cross-court dink exchanges all day. It's quite phenomenal how efficient her movement is, how stable her paddle stays. She's just able to outlast so many players, and I think she really enjoys the opportunity to have someone like Jana Grechkina on the right side, who loves to really roll and create a lot of arc, a lot of shape on her dinks. You know, moves so well around the court, so agile. She's able to create a lot of topspin on those cross-court dinks, while Jesse Irvin will hold her position, lean in, take a lot of balls out of the air, and look to steal time in those rallies. So I expect to see a lot of forehand-to-forehand dinking from that side. Lena Padigameta, I hope I'm doing that name justice. Padigameta.
It's a tough one.
It is not. It's not easy. It's not easy.
For us, not her.
Lithuanian superstar. She's going to be, I'm hoping to see some good quality drives. She's got so much power. Defensively, very, very good as well. I think Irvin and Johnson might have the edge in the women's. But it's going to be tight. Jana Grechkina, I think, for me, probably number 2 in the most improved female position, and unfortunately number 1 is on the court as well. Georgia Johnson last year, for my money, really it's just excelled in so many areas, and went from someone where, well, you're JW's sister, and by the end of last year it was like, wow, you are on top of the leaders board, and you are just an absolute wrecking ball out there. The hand speed she's got, how well she reads the play, and the level of control. I mean, the kind of drilling partner she's got built into her homestead, as well as their mother, Julie Johnson, who's in the crowd alongside brother JW. Hard to go wrong, right?
Yeah, we'll have a couple kind of a game within a game here in this matchup where you talked about it. Yannick Rettger most likely playing that right side. She's going to have a top spin roll dink. Jessie Irvin's going to love that because she loves the slicer dink. So it'll be we'll be able to see who can hold that position the longest. And then on the other side, conversely, with Lena Pedega-Maite, she's been practicing a two-hand backhand roll dink cross court. Georgia Johnson has been doing that well for quite some time now. So it'll be interesting to see who is able to get the leverage on who. And as we talked about in so many other matches today, which team is going to be forced to pivot from their strategy and which team is going to dictate the pace in this game?
Yeah, so far we haven't seen a lot of adaptations. A lot of people have just kind of been stubborn in terms of keeping positions, keeping general tactics, and hoping that they can just tidy up the execution as opposed to switching tactics. Given the rally scoring nature of this game, less people looking to kind of alter their positions with stacks. It's a tougher proposition. So it's just going to be very interesting. I look forward to this one. And obviously then the men will take the court. Travis Rettenmeyer, he's doing double duty in that he is both team owner and player. So former professional tennis player out of Florida, and he's teaming up with the brother of Ben Johns, Callan Johns, one of the best right side players in the game. That will be, I think that's going to be tough because Matt Wright is on the court with Zane Navratil. Not impossible, obviously. Callan Johns is so used to playing with brother Ben, though. How well can he handle someone else? And if he can cover more court, if he can really start using that two-handed backhand, not just in great defensive capabilities in that transition area, but also handling kind of middle responsibilities where so often Ben is doing that. If he can manage that, then they got a good chance.
Yeah, and I think Zane Navratil, will answer that question and say, look, man, I have actually won 2 Major League Pickleball championships with different partners. I've also been on the APP Tour and won a ton of gold medals with different partners as well. This is a position that I'm comfortable with, and I'm sure, as we talked before, these players have gotten a lot of practice with their team. Let's get started with this first matchup.
Some precision work early from Georgia Johnson.
Pedega-Maite electing to go with the drive on that third shot.
Oh, cool as a cucumber.
Some great resets by Smash.
Jessie Irvin had done such a good job of resetting everything, dropping it delicately, and then the one ball she needed to just follow up and drop again. She took a swipe with the two-handed backhand, and that fed into the advantage that Greshkina and Pedega-Maite have.
There's that two-hand roll. Backhand dink from Pedega-Maite. Johnson handles it really well, sticks a forehand in there, redirects to Greshkina, comes out on top of that point. Great drive by Johnson.
Good hustle from Johnson.
What a get from Johnson early on.
And Greshkina, there was so much court available, she did more than she needed, and that ball sails wide.
Another great reset by Johnson.
Good leave. One of the skills that Jessie Irvin possesses that is often underrated in the game of pickleball is the art of the leave. She is so very good at registering when things are going to be sailing along, and she communicates loudly, clearly, and early enough for everybody, even the audience members, to get out of the way.
Now, there's no penalty for being too loud on the court. Communicating with your partner is mostly always a good thing.
Yeah, you don't risk anything by communicating. You risk a lot by not.
Great resets by Bodega Maite. Look how low she's getting here. Jessie Irvin says that's enough.
That's enough. Time to put the baby to bed. It is one of the tricky things for tall players, and Bodega Maite is certainly one of, if not the tallest.
Johnson took a stab at that ball in the transition area. I think Irvin wanted that ball to go through so that she can reset that one. Great defense. Irvin just comes up a little short on that one after the barrage of backhands from Kretschkina.
4, 5.
That ball just getting behind her slightly. I think there was hopefully one opportunity to get in a little earlier.
Oh, what a dig from Irvin. Wow.
And then she got slippery on the inside out forehand. Look at this. That one there. Oh, she thoroughly deserved to win this point.
Awesome shot from Irvin there.
6, 5.
Fantastic work from Kretschkina. Good controlled aggression.
Set herself up nicely there for the combo. Irvin had a really good defensive block, but in the end, Florida Smash not able to handle that. Ooh, big swing from Bodega Maite.
Yeah, that almost took off Johnson's head. And, well, that's not going to be very good, is it? Didn't even catch their hair in the end. She's agile.
Oh, that ball went over, came back, over again, and decided just not enough pace to clear the net.
I think it had a look on the other side and said, no, it's not worth it. I'm staying over here where it's nice and cozy.
I think that's the strategy Florida Smash have to stay with, where Johnson took some pace off and added some top spin to that ball. Makes it difficult to reset.
That's good work. It was quite an early attack from Johnson down the line. Kretschkina had a good play at it, but the defensive prowess of Irvin up to the task.
Wow. Oh, great defense again by Florida Smash. Bodega Maite was putting a press on all of those balls that she was crushing, but ultimately Kretschkina a little long on that forehand volley.
That's good sound effects too. I like it. Pretty sure Jessie Irvin thought that was going to be more than enough to finish the point. Kretschkina was there in position, redirected it well.
8, 10.
Nice single-handed backhand from Irvin.
Yeah, she generates so much power off of that paddle. She takes these wide swings where it's really hard to figure out where she's going to connect with the ball and gives herself multiple possibilities. You saw it there where she redirected that cross court to Grechkina's feet and ended up winning the point.
Yeah, she has possibly more than any other female player in the game something I call last lever or last link power. She is able to kind of really fully extend her arm and still create enough power, especially on the forehand side, with really just wrist and forearm. And that gives her some options in terms of getting people to move in directions with the hips and shoulders. We see it on the forehand side a lot from her. We saw it earlier on, where she really rotates her hips and shoulders and then just leaves the paddle behind. And it'll get the same result time and time again. The player in front of her covers the middle, and often with the entire body, but at the very least their paddle starts drifting in the middle because that's where her hips and shoulders are going, and then she just leaves the paddle behind, lets it slide off. She's been doing that for years on the forehand, but now she's starting to do it on the backhand as well, usually with a lot of power, not so much just precision, but to have that kind of power in the backhand, it's what a weapon.
Fresh off of the changeover for smash with a drive into the net, makes this a 9-11 game.
God, it takes so many high-powered shots down to the feet of Smash to award the point, but they've got it done here.
Grechkina getting big in the middle, and Pedega Maite following it up. Great point.
10, 11.
Irvin doing just enough again and again. She's built a career on just one more ball.
It's a good spot there by Pedega Maite. Johnson was on her way in to hopefully intercept that ball and finish the point, but it was sliding into her body, which made it a challenging ball.
Wow. Grechkina, the adrenaline was pumping. She found that one ball that she could come in on, and she was not stopping for another reset. It was all or nothing from then on. Ooh, almost.
Right now, Grechkina is causing havoc with that two-hand backhand in the middle of the court.
12, 13.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there.
And Johnson with another great topspin roll, which makes it just so challenging to reset those balls in the kitchen.
Great work from Johnson, moving the ball around with pace.
15, 12.
What a point.
Unbelievable.
Jesse Irving yells out on 2 balls that Johnson plays.
I think if Johnson played one more out call, then we're not going to see Irvin again for the weekend. No.
Irvin might actually be out.
So they get the ball back, 13-16. Yeah, it's the kind of ball that at this level you can ill afford to miss.
Yeah, you've had two. You had the drive missed by Irvin, and then now Ritchie missing the third.
Wow. Padagamaita.
That was a great counter by her.
Yeah. Very impressive work. And the call was long. And doesn't look like.
Those are the ones I think Frisco Clean Cause has to stay away from, attacking balls that are too low. Johnson hit a couple out balls early. I don't think that's going to continue.
It's certainly easier said than done once you get into the heat of the moment and you want to prove that your hand speed is better than your opponent's.
Great dig by Irvin.
Yeah, once Padagamaita has one ball to really get a good handle on, then she's doing a great job of staying in that central position and moving the ball around as Jessie Irvin is moving backwards, making it tougher in the transition area.
Ritchie, a player that loves to drive that third shot drop. I'd like to see her maybe raise it up right now. The margin is just too close in a game like this.
Big serve from Johnson. Too big, apparently.
A little too big there. They're checking with the referee to see if that ball was in. Checking with their team. Bench says that they want to challenge that call to confirm if it was out.
All right, so we will have a look to see if that ball was indeed out.
Yeah, hard to see from our end as we've got a fence barrier right in front. But let's check the replay here.
Okay. I think they might get the call there.
Tough to see where it actually bounces.
Yeah, but I have a feeling if you look at the rebound angle versus the angle of descent, I think it was on the line.
Yeah, I may have copied off of your chemistry homework in school, the way that you're describing this.
Well, that's physics. That's not chemistry.
That's why.
It's ball flight physics.
Yeah, that's why.
And if you went to the same school, I would have remembered you, man.
Remember, I don't know if I was in the same school in the 80s.
I don't know. Hey. That's true. That's fair.
That's the Metallica reference.
Okay, yep. Look, Enter Sandman. Oh, game changer. Memories remain. One. Oh, forget about it.
You see the replay here. Referee's still conferring to see if that ball was in or out. It was called out on the court. So if it's inconclusive, they'll stand with that call.
I think they're going to get it personally, but that's just me. I'm not a doctor. And if they do, will it be a replay or a point for Florida Smash?
Yeah, that would be a point for
Florida Smash. Yeah, it would be a point.
Because it was called out from Clean Cause, which would make this a 20-16. It's a pivotal point for a call like this.
We have a lot of referees huddled around the screen trying to make a good decision while the commentators are starting to freeze to death. Players are staying warm.
It does get chilly fast.
It does get chilly, doesn't it? Yeah, it is a desert. Yeah, it's deserted really of heat at this time of day.
This is another one of those matchups where the margin is small. We've got both teams that are playing relatively well, but for Clean Cause, they've just made a few more errors, which causes them to be down 3 points here, but they're not out of it. If this call does go their way, they can hopefully mount a comeback.
I'd like to see them do a little volley to volley here, just to stay warm.
Let's see what the referees come back with here.
Okay, so it looks like it was not conclusive. So the serve comes back, and 16-19. I've lost my degree in ball flight physics. And a good pickup in that a low position from Georgia Johnson. So Jessie Irvin has the serve and a chance to clinch the first game.
Johnson goes for the inside out third shot drop. A little more aggressive than she's been all game. Ends up not converting on that.
A good drive towards her as she's approaching.
Yeah, 2 straight errors there by Johnson. Got to be careful.
Greshkina just wanted to keep ripping that ball, and I think in hindsight she knows that needed to be just a reset, drop something in, give yourself a chance to do the damage from closer towards the kitchen line.
Great drop by Irvin.
Unlucky. Johnson had done so well defending a number of great attacks. In the end, a slightly slower one, and you can just see her hands just kind of buckling over.
Wow, great defense by Clean Cause. Bodega Maite and Grechkina are starting to feel it now, as it's a 19-20 game.
Yeah, they've targeted Johnson, and it has been working out. Irvin needs to be able to dictate some more of the game. She tried to in the previous point. All right, so they get the ball back, 20-20.
A great run by Clean Cause to square this game up at 20. Let's see if Florida Smash can keep things rolling for them.
And Lina Patagameta just moving to her left throughout the contact, making that one a trickier volley.
Johnson did a great job taking some pace off that ball.
Still, they are in the driving seat.
20-21.
Greshkina had such a good look at it.
She's had some success with that play early on. I think that was maybe a little bit too aggressive at this point. It could have reset a ball to slow things down. Irvin with a big overhead smash, and that angle just too wide for Grechkina to get to. A 22-20 victory in the first game of this matchup. We may be in for a treat.
Yeah, that was a fantastic comeback to get as close as they did, but in the end, Smash came away with it. So we'll take a quick break here in the commentary booth while you enjoy the warm-up of Matt Wright and Zane Navratil. They'll be taking on very shortly Travis Rettenmeyer and Colin Johns. So don't go away, just a few minutes before the second match gets underway.
We'll get this figured out. Sorry, guys.
Gentlemen, we have 1 minute remaining.
wide angle, you're actually getting like kitchen stuff. Yeah. Let's go half game and then we'll see.
The men's doubles is about to get going. Matt Wright serving to Colin Johns. And a great drive from, that is the Zane Navratil, the inventor of the chainsaw. Well, there was no hidden intention on that ball there. If that one goes over, that's going straight through Colin Johns and into the commentary booth.
Yeah, enough top spin to stay in after it clipped the net. Yeah, we expect to see Zane Navratil seeing a lot of balls here. And at any cost, I think, keeping the ball away from the Matt Wright forehand. Navratil, he's had some interesting grip change in the last year or so, and that backhand we're seeing there, very different kind of grip. He then switches it, anticipating a forehand, and then back to, and it looks to be a kind of an Eastern backhand grip. Both teams probing. Oh, that ball a little too wide, and Navratil with the ATP.
Yeah, beautiful two-handed ATP. Rettger feeling a little bit of pressure.
It's great anticipation by Navratil to beat that ball to the spot.
And the wheels, I mean, he's got, you know, one of, if not the quickest player out there. Just how many micro steps, little adjusting steps he can get around the ball. It's fantastic. Oh, and the net almost helped them again.
Matt Wright taking his chances on that speed up. Going towards Rettmeyer's left shoulder. Just went a little too wide there. Big drive from Rettmeyer.
Just long. I'm not sure if that was an intentional lead or not from Colin Johns, but either way, it floated long.
Oh, the drive by Rettmeyer clips the net. He took some pace off of it, and that allowed it to stay in. 4-5.
5-4.
Zane Navratil very aggressive off the bounce with that two-handed backhand. They had been going in the direction of John, so Rettmeyer was not to know that there would be such a cannon heading in his direction.
Yeah, back to that Navratil two-hand backhand. If you give him a neutral ball, he's got multiple places he can go with it.
Great hands and a single-handed backhand to help close the show there from Navratil.
Yeah, so far that new Pro XR paddle that Zane Navratil's playing with has given him everything he's looking for here.
And the hand speed of Matt Wright with the follow-up, yeah.
Yeah, there were about 4 anticipated counters in that point. Matt Wright comes on top of that one.
I mean, he sits so backhand ready and knows that he needs to slide to his right to make it basically a guaranteed backhand on the next one. And couple that with the amount of power he's got naturally. It's a very difficult job for Rettmeyer to be able to get through him. Found it there by going slightly further away towards the middle, and Matt Wright at full stretch trying to control it, couldn't quite get it.
Great reset from Johns.
Yeah, he's one of, if not the best in the business.
Another backhand from Rettmeyer as he starts chirping.
Yeah.
Tells Zane Navratil.
A little bit of chat.
Gotcha.
And they're rolling now. They've suddenly taken the lead.
Big drive from Rettmeyer.
Yeah, and I think it's the serve that's really setting him up nicely. He's going for the serve. We have seen very few players really get after it today. Afraid with this rally scoring that can cost him a point. Travis Rettmeyer, not one. Fortune favors the brave for that man.
That's something you don't typically see here with Johns missing a third shot drop. Great pace and angle from Wright as
Rettmeyer looked like he had kind of hopped up into midair, anticipating something down the line. just catches the midsection of Colin Johns, and that gives them the switch, 11-10 to Frisco Clean Cores.
It's a great speed up there by Navratil. We talked about it earlier. If you give him a neutral ball, especially a dink on that two-hand backhand side, he's so good at being able to go down the line, across court, or through the middle. And we've seen all three of those so far here.
Yeah, it's kind of an indicator of someone with just the highest level footwork to be able to get into position time and time again, to be able to do so much work off the bounce. And that's something he obviously has in spades, just an incredible power to weight ratio. One of the best singles players in the game. So, tightly fought contest so far.
Wow, we're clinging on to a 1-point lead for Clean Cause against Florida Smash right now.
Matt Wright, he's missed 2 third shot drops. That's not like him. And one more ball. Catches net and body of Navratil.
It's a great drive from Rettger, the beneficiary of it clipping the net.
Navratil knows he left that ball up just a little too high.
Rettger turning the volume up here as 2 great plays by him, and they take a 13-11 lead here. Pivotal point here for both teams.
Again, Navratil going for the body. No hiding it.
That's how high these players' IQ is right now, because Johns actually got caught on that previously, not this time.
Yeah, that shot gave Johns just enough time to use his patented giant backswing to really force Navratil to think about the line, whereas the intention was middle. So that's forced a timeout.
First time we've seen Johns elect to create some offense from that right-hand side. I think he's sensing that while this game may somewhat be in the balance with this 4-point lead, there's an opportunity for them to take control. And it worked out well for them there. Great timeout by Clean Cause. It's time for them to reset, see if they need to pivot strategies here, and get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, there's been a lot of let chords that have, swung the tides both ways. But when you think about the previous 10, 15 points, sometimes you got to remind yourself, look, there was a lot of luck involved in a lot of these, and that could swing around at any moment.
The mental portion of the game is huge, especially in this environment.
Yeah, and I think the team-based events like this one, they add to that so much. I think the people who really stick together on the bench and put in the work to kind of keep the morale going, it really pays dividends.
Yeah, and we've got an interesting switch here as Matt Wright and Zane Navratil elect to change sides. They have to notify the ref before they do that. This first speed up by Matt Wright did not go well, as Rettger saw that.
That ball will go wide, not by much.
Wide right there. It's a great defense by Florida Smash. Just couldn't come up with the final one there.
So 12-16.
Big put away from Rettger.
Yeah,
He lets them know about it.
He does let them know. He's excited about that one.
Just wanted to make sure somebody saw that. It's a great ball by him.
The man can roar, and I think Matt Wright will not waste any opportunities if he gets one. That's a good eye from Rettger. Let that ball go.
Yeah, great resets by John early in that point, and Rettger saw that ball was on his left shoulder with too much speed, lands wide.
And the referee just called the wrong score there for a moment, so she'll just correct herself. 18-12, Colin John serving to Zane Navratil. Fantastic hands and some good chat now coming from Rettger.
I think they're in the changeover. Clean Cause talked about Matt Wright being on the left side and speeding up to Rettger. It has not worked out thus far.
Oh, Colin Johns had a really good look at that.
He was set up for a backhand, surprised that it was waiting for him on the forehand side.
19.
That's a good ball from Matt Wright. Very aggressive movement forward. He's so good at getting plenty of topspin from low positions. Navratil concerned the ball isn't quite where it needs to be. Could be nearing the end of its life.
It is getting pretty chilly out here. Big overheads by Rettger.
Navratil shows up big when he needs to.
Maybe a premature speed up there from Rettger. Feeling pretty good with a comfortable lead. Hopefully it does not cost him here. Ooh.
We've got Matt Wright. Now plenty of chat from him. It always gets fun, doesn't it?
Yeah, he's starting to chirp back as they creep their way back into this game.
Yeah, I tell you, when it's high on the Rettger forehand, their odds are just huge. They close the show with that shot time and time again. This is game point, and to take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, let's go, come on.
Great volley there by Wright. I think Colin Johns initially thought that ball would be long, enough topspin to land in. That's an awesome speed up by Matt Wright as he went down the line first. Big wind up and pushes it through the middle there.
Caught the net, sails long.
Rettger with a roar, thinking that that ball was in. Not happy to find out that it just landed out long. And Clean Cause with a 19-20 game right now, one away from tying this up.
That is big work. Navratil taking a chance with a single-handed backhand flick through the middle. And just caught Colin Johns drifting off to the right. drops in.
Wow. Matt Wright thought that point was all but over. Rettger with a great defensive counter and blocks it in at the baseline. Timely, right? They needed that.
They really did.
20.
Go.
Matt Wright picked his spot beautifully. Johns was fading to his right to ensure a backhand, but Matt Wright found that right hip, made it very difficult. Great work. Zane Navratil with the ball. Let's see if he goes big on the serve. He does.
Great defense by Rettger there as he fends off the first Matt Wright attack. Matt Wright elects to do more and ends up hitting the net. That ball's wide.
So close. That's not the drive.
Matt Wright says, not the spot. Rettger says, I know, you're right.
I agree. All fun and games here, folks. Oh. I'm surprised Rettger didn't return fire there.
Yeah, Wright feeling pretty good. Elected to go to the right side and take a chance on that ball. Probably a little too premature.
So easy to want to just sprint through the finish line.
That's great defense by Matt Wright and Zane Navratil as they caught them out of position and Matt Wright able to finish there.
20.
Oh, the net has been brutal this game, hasn't it? So many opportunities to finish it up, and again the net has got involved. So they'll take a quick timeout.
And Florida Smash wanting to take an offensive timeout here. We've been at 20-20 for quite some time now. They're hoping to break through and get a point here. Be interested to see if they pivot strategies as they take some advice right here from Jesse Irvin, who just won their first game in the female matchup earlier on.
Yeah, they played well. Again, very, very tightly fought. This is a you pick 'em, I tell you.
Yeah, this is obviously, you know, for scoring purposes, a huge game for Clean Cause as they're down 1-0 in this matchup. Florida Smash would love to have a stronghold on this match right now with this win, heading into a mixed doubles.
Yeah, because I think the mix is going to be tough. Matt Wright is one of the best mixed players in the game, as is Zane Navratil, very, very accomplished, especially in the APP.
It's a great initial speed up by Navratil. Rettger was there as he slid to his right, and just too much power on that last counter.
Yeah, the ball is starting to speed up pretty heavily. The temperature's dropping. That's a big play from Matt Wright. Clutch.
Yeah, Rettger fell a little bit victim to the drug to try to end this game, right, offensively, and did not work out.
net. Just clean living there from Travis Rettenmeyer.
That ball had a ton of spin as it clipped the net, and you've got 2 missed swings, one from Navato and one from Wright. I don't know if you'll see that again all year.
Well, the year's just really started. It's January.
Yeah. You want to take the bet?
No, not that.
Wright speeds up through the middle.
Yeah, the counter got through them, and then there was a ball block. Unfortunately, so Florida Smash take a 2-0 lead. I tell you, I didn't see this one coming, but that gives them a very good chance going into the mixed doubles. So the teams will choose their lineup for mixed. The commentators will take a quick break as Brandon gets a jacket. It is starting to really cool down here. And we'll be back shortly with the mixed doubles action here on Grandstand Court.
No, not yet.
Okay, commentators are in position. Players are basically in position. So it'll be Zane Navratil and Lena Padegamaita versus Travis Rettenmeyer and Georgia Johnson. If Rettenmeyer and Johnson can take this one, they've got it.
Yeah, they would take a 3-0 lead and end this match. I think Clean Cause may have something to say about it. Early start, 1-0 lead here for the smash.
1-0.
Oh, ho, ho.
What a counter by Redmeyer.
Yeah, that is as sharp as it gets. So much authority with that 0-0-2 Selkirk.
Yeah, he shakes his head, so do not go there again.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Oh my God. Wow, he's just closing the door with that backhand.
The second straight time as he tells the crowd that was so fast. We saw it live.
3-0.
And that ball a little bit long. That was a more measured approach on the backhand drive there. Nothing too venomous about it, just good position. And yeah, sure enough, looks like it floated a little long.
Pressed his luck a little bit there, right? His few drives have worked well. That one just a little bit too long. No need, right? You're on top. Big drive from Navratil.
Yeah, that one's not coming back. Yeah, the difficulty really is the kind of shot selection instincts that all the players have is built around side-out scoring. And, you know, typically a couple of those, as we say, is certainly in the budget. Shout out to my old wingman, Dave Fleming. I think he coined that first.
Yeah, not a lot of budget in rally scoring, if there even is one. Navratil with the early, great defense, all around great point.
Unbelievable D there, that last second. Georgia Johnson keeping the point alive, and then Rettenmeyer finding the outside of Padegamaita.
Big ball
Am
from
I getting any better with that name?
Padegamaita.
Jägermeister?
Have to say no to that one.
All right, all right.
What a get from Navratil. Georgia Johnson called herself in the kitchen there. Got any questions about character? That's been solved right now. High character individual.
Yeah, the whole Johnson family, just a tribute to the game of pickleball.
You don't see that much on the right side for Johnson.
Yeah, they've had such a good run. Now just 1 point the margin.
Oh, Padegamaita with a chance for that Ernie, but Redmeyer just dropped it in so shallow, made it tough. Great defense.
I tell you, the single-handed backhand volley from Travis Rettenmeyer might be the best in the game. I'm trying to think of someone who has such power. I mean, obviously Ben Jones comes to mind. It's a wonderful shot. But there's something different about this from Travis.
It's heavy, it's low.
Oh, Oh,
what defense by Johnson.
She kept the point alive again and again. Amazing play.
As she's falling back, it ends with a tomahawk from Navratil.
Big play from Johnson.
Thought that was a pretty good speed up by Bodega Maite, but there was a two-hand backhand waiting from Johnson, and Navratil couldn't reset that ball. Just a little wide there from Navratil as he saw Redmeyer pouncing in, tried to get the ball away, ran out of real estate.
Just 1 point now before the switch. And that ball was going wide.
Wow.
The hand speed of Zane Navratil there to deal with those balls. There was some confusing stuff, and he made the perfect corrections just in time.
And I'm with you. I'm impressed with Redmeyer's hand speed and backhand pop at the kitchen line. Very compact.
Again and again.
What a ball. ATP on the completely other side by Redmeyer as he tracks this ball.
You just don't see this ever, really, and usually with good reason, but this man is feeling it.
Yeah, I think he whispered to Georgia, hey, can I finish this for my highlight reel? She agreed.
Look, the man owns the team, so we'll give him the liberty.
I like the style of play right now from Florida Smash. Redmeyer's really keen in on driving that ball down the line to Bodega Maite, and he's not looking for a one-shot winner. What he's really looking to do, as you can see, is to counter that next ball cross court where Zane Navratil cannot react to that or reset it in the kitchen.
Yeah, for sure. He doesn't own the team alone. I would be amiss if I didn't mention the others. Molly Joseph, alongside Travis, Andrew Olson, Julio Di Pietro, and Graham D'Amico combine to own the Florida Smash.
Clean Cause will have to dial it in here as they're down 11-7 and also down 2-0 in this matchup.
Johnson, that two-handed backhand from her, has done a great job of keeping Zane Navratil at bay on the left side. And again, that single-handed backhand from Redmeyer.
And there you see Redmeyer draws up the same combo that worked in the first half of this game, but Bodega Maite and Navratil fortunate to come out on top of this one. Big ball from Bodega Maite. She was a little over leveraged on the left side.
Maybe, but she got away with it.
Able to find her footing, stop, pivot, and crush that next one. Awesome play. A great setup by Bodega Maite. Got called for the foot fault here. Let's take a look.
Yeah, that left foot stayed on the line just through contact. Unfortunate. Oh, they're using a challenge though.
Yeah, let's take a look more closely here. You can see that left foot just barely.
Yeah, it's not by much.
How awesome is that camera work right there?
Yeah, well, at that point, so we just have to see at what point did she contact.
Yeah, let's take a look. You've got a good point here, right? Let's see when she actually contacted the ball. In the kitchen there, has not contacted.
She's in there, now she's out, and then she contacts.
Wow.
So, ooh, this is going to be an interesting one. It's a slide. It's a sliding movement.
I think she's out when she contacted that ball.
The other question is, does she touch the net at all? Often when this happens, we see something else. It doesn't look like she did, though.
No, I think all things look clear. I mean, you freeze frame that, it looks like a textbook Ernie, right?
Yeah.
Be interesting to see what the referees come up with as from the commentator booth. I think she's clean here. No pun intended.
She's got the Frisco Clean Cause. We've got a moment here. Team owners Nav Such, Brad Beckworth, Tim Berry, Angie Berry, and Wes Hurt. We appreciate them. All the owners combining to make this possible.
If you haven't tried a clean energy drink, it is awesome. I routinely will have 1 or 2 in the refrigerator. Take it with me before practice.
Yeah, I'm more of an amino acid kind of guy, and some of them you can get with caffeine. That's what I'm drinking right now to stay alert during, well, some of these long days. It never feels like a long day with you, Brandon, but
I can't imagine you not alert. You're always on point when I see you. You know
that? You don't see me past 9 p.m. You don't see me before 7 a.m. At least I hope you don't.
What do Clean Cause need to do to get themselves back in this game? They're down 3.
Yeah, look, they have, in the last 3 or 4 points, kind of found another gear. And I think they have found something. They need to keep it away from the Rettger backhand. So whatever it takes to keep the ball closer to the center of the court, I think that has a great neutralizing effect on every team. You know, the attacking opportunities from the middle are so much less than they are when players are divided closer to sidelines.
All right, so that call has been overturned. They have deemed Pedega Maite clear, as she did not step in the kitchen. Right now, Clean Cause is talking with the referee to say, hey, look, we won that point after the Ernie. We should be able to be awarded a point as well. Referee saying they stopped play and are not able to.
It's a winner. He could not have had time to react.
That's a bad call. Can you challenge it?
Are they? They're trying to check if they can actually challenge the result of the challenge.
That's bad, man. That's push league.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I think this depends on when the call actually was made. Was it made when the point was over?
Yeah.
Or did Rettger have a chance to defend that ball?
There's a lot you can challenge. I don't believe you can challenge whether or not a player had a play on the ball when a call was made. From my recollection, the call was instantaneous, really.
I think what the referee is saying here is that, you know, the other referee on the left side stopped play, or at least attempted to stop play as soon as he noticed that the foot fault happened, the foot fault that didn't actually happen. And so thus everything after that point was over with.
Okay, 9-12. We're back to proceedings. And it looks like the pickleball gods have decided in favor of the clean cause.
Yeah, sometimes you see players throw a hand up and say sorry after it hits the net. Pedega Maite's like, not right now. We're on a mission.
We'll do sorries later, maybe.
So far, it looks like the dust-up has affected Florida Smash as they've given up 2 straight points here. big drive from Navratil.
Great defense from Patagameta.
Wow. That's a great
she did her job
overhead.
nicely.
Yeah, Patagameta is just all over the place there. And to your point earlier, they got the ball to Redmire's backhand, which is a spot they do not want to go to.
So Smash still in the lead, but the margin is getting thinner. 13-11 should be the score. It has been a long day for the refs as well. We'll cut them some slack. And Johnson finding the right hip of Navratil. Navratil was moving to his left, opened up ready for a backhand. And you see him severely chicken winged. And a deceptive little attack there from Navratil, and I love that Patagameta is starting to threaten the Ernie.
Yeah, it's putting pressure on Redmire on that left-hand side.
Johnson again doing great work with her counter punches towards Navratil.
Another ball that just jams him up there. Florida Smash with a 3-point lead.
Big serve from Rettenmeier. Yeah, he's fed off that serve so well. He's been given opportunities to drive the third, move in quickly, and then close the point with often that single-handed backhand, which for me is just a thing of beauty.
Great ball by Patagameta.
Creative work from Navratil. The hand speed, the power, the poise, and the commentary from Travis Rettenmeier.
He's putting it all on display here as he goes back to the combo that has worked all game. It's a forehand speed up, semi-cross court to Patagameta, forcing her to slide, which feeds into his one-hand backhand. And once he gets a paddle on that, it has been tough for clean cars.
Yeah. Patagameta and Navratil, they're going to have to find something else. I think I'd love to see her sit in some cross-court dink exchanges with Johnson. When it is time to redirect over to Rettenmeier, an instant Ernie threat.
Yeah, another thing they can do is they can shift and have Navratil go even more so to the left side and have Patagameta almost cover the middle of the court so that that ball now is on her forehand side, which would be easy for her to redirect towards Georgia Johnson, cross court. What's happening now, since she's sliding to her right and opening up that area, she's getting caught and jammed up just a little bit from Redmire's curve on that ball.
Yeah, no, good point. Let's see what they can do to stop the bleeding here. Oh, and the ref had not finished calling the score. The enthusiasm of young Travis Rettenmeier just overcooking it slightly. So that is a point as well.
Great defense.
Wow. The Rettenmeier show continues. Just so much power on that overhead.
Thought Clean Cos did well to return nearly all of these, but you see he put all of his effort into that last overhead.
Former professional tennis player using what he loves to do. Has he got it? Has she got it, sorry? They have called it long.
Yeah, that's a ball she was actually able to get a hold of. Just pushed it a little bit deep.
Rettenmeier waiting for the score to be called this time. Well played.
Great get by Navratil, still there, not able to come up with that last effort as Rettenmeier spreads his wings.
That get there was phenomenal. If he had got that one and done something meaningful with it, give that man a check. Instead, we have game and match point. And he's kept the ball in the court.
Wow.
Are they going to challenge? No.
Klinko's thinking about a challenge here. If you look, that ball just catches the corner, and it seemed like everything Rettenmeier hit towards that side was either in or garnered a point for their team. What a performance.
Unbelievable stuff. He had the Midas touch. Well played to the Florida Smash. Unbelievable stuff. I tell you, coming into this game, on paper, I thought Frisco Clean Cores had a very good argument to take the match, but Smash have pulled it out. Well played. So they will be marching on. We're still in the group stages. Tomorrow we begin some of the more interesting stuff. We'll get into some quarters and some semis. I will be alongside Brandon again tomorrow morning on this court. We look forward to you joining us there. We'll obviously have some more matches going on in Grandstand. Feel free to, watch either one, but we'd love you to join us. Until then, Morgan Evans here alongside Brandon Nsakpong, and enjoy your evening. It's been another wonderful day here in the first leg of Major League Pickleball from Mesa, Arizona.
See you soon, everyone.